we'll just, I'm going to grab a beverage, and I'll be right back, and then we'll get underway.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Call the leadership up one at a time, or do you want them all assembled up here at one? Yeah. All assembled. Then let's get them on up here. All right. If the Norway House leadership could start to make its way up to the stage, that'd be great. And also a couple of our other VIP guests, Grand Chief Garrison, Sati, wherever you might be, if you could make your way up here. And also, if, of course, Bruno Silvestri could make his way up here, that'd be great. Thank you. Come on up here, folks. All right.
All right.
Man, oh man.
So, Mr. Campbell, I'm not ignoring your text.
Yes, you are. You're ignoring me. Hey, you don't make me feel like you don't love me anymore. Yeah, for sure. We talk after. Okay, fantastic. I already wrote up a little passage for you, just very short and sweet. All right. Garrison's up here, and we're just waiting for Bruno. Excellent. Holy smokes, do I even need a microphone? Can you guys hear me? A little bit, kinda? All right. Well, maybe I will. I'll try to use both. All right. Fantastic. Jim, are we ready to rock and roll?
Ready to go. Yep.
Chloe, are we ready to rock and roll? We're good? Yeah? Okay, thumbs up. Fantastic. Tansy, good morning, everybody. Oh my goodness, what an honor, what a privilege to be here with you folks today. My name is Rob Campbell, and I'm going to just preside over some introductions here with the leadership of Norway House and some of our dignitaries that have come to join you here today. I'm actually a member of the Norway House community as well. I'm part of your nation, and this is where my family hails from, so it's always such a privilege for when I get asked to come home and spend time in my family's community, which is such a great thing to do. And I also, today, I brought my son from down south. My son Connor is here. He's 17, so part of the revitalization of our economies and part of our youth and all of that good stuff. So I wanted him to obviously take part a little bit. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Folks, my name's Rob Campbell, as I mentioned, and I'm a senior partner with a large firm called Myers Norris Penny, or MNP. And a couple of little things. It's not about me, but I just want to try to encourage you folks that, the world offers you great opportunity. There are many things to pursue in life, and you want to have the opportunity to do that very thing, right? To have options. And I know for me, I did a lot of different things in my life. As a young person, I was a little unsure as to where the world would take me, but it took me to a lot of great places, and I'd love to tell that story another day, and maybe we'll have that chance. But it led me ultimately to be the very first First Nations partner of any of what they call the Big Five firms in Canada. So again, as a Norway Houser, very honored to be in that unique spot. So I'm the first First Nations partner of any major firm in the country, and so I'm now the National Director of Indigenous Services at MNP. We do a lot of work for nations all across the country. It's very important to us, including Norway House, and I may mention a little bit of work that we recently did under the banner of economic activity, economic participation or economic development. We actually just worked alongside with the leadership and management of Norway House to create an economic development strategy, and I'll leave it up to Chief Larson Anderson and others to maybe comment on that, but I think it certainly had was received well, I think, by many folks. I just wanted to touch on a couple things as we get rolling here, that, this is a tremendous celebration. It's a great initiative, I think, that Norway House has taken on here to really recognize our youth, to celebrate our youth. Oftentimes, folks, we actually use you guys in our narratives. Do you know what that means? We say that youth are important. We say that the youth are our future, right? And then I'm not often sure that we demonstrate that we actually put you guys in that rightful place where we should be recognizing your talents, supporting you, and doing these great things. Yet here in Norway House, they do very much believe in that. And I know there's young people from other communities, and I bet great things are happening in your world as well, but I certainly wanted to acknowledge the leadership for their vision and sight to be able to say, hey, this is very, very, very important to us. Our future depends on you folks, okay? I know it sounds cliche a little bit, but it really does. Our future depends on you. There's been a lot of great people who have done tremendous things. Our ancestors, lots of folks in our families, our own more immediate history is certainly there. But it's you guys. A lot of these folks did a lot of hard work. A lot of people had to struggle a great deal. And I'm not suggesting the struggle's over. I'm just here to tell you that a lot of people had to break down walls and barriers and do good things so that we could get into a place that we're in today, which is this time of reconciliation and good things that are starting to happen for an Indigenous world that has been injured a great deal over the last few hundred years. Our history's been difficult, and it's led us to a difficult spot. And one of those places it led us to was not participating in the economy. They extracted us from the economy, but I'm going to talk a little bit about that later because I want to tell you guys a little bit more about what an economy means, what economic development sort of means, and how you pursue it, because it comes in lots of different ways. Your contribution is going to be made in lots of ways where it applies to your local economy, through the workforce, through independent business, through being part of some of the tremendous future that Norway House has in some of its economic objectives, okay? So this is a great time. We're here to celebrate you folks. You are really our future. It is a new world out there. It's different now than it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. My father's a 92-year-old Cree elder here from Norway House, and I got to tell you, the world he saw in his youth is so different today. Right? Can you imagine Norway House 92 years ago? My dad was actually born in the fort before it was torn down. How old are you when you're born in a fort? Right? You're an old timer. But the change and things that he's witnessed along with leadership and others has been tremendous. And it's been born on the backs of lots of great people. So again, folks, I got to tell you my last little message, and I'll tell you a little bit more this afternoon, but I got to say, you are our future. And our future will be built on two things. It's going to be built on lots of stuff, but there are two really important things. Education is vitally important. Vitally important. The more educated we are, the better our health is, the better our futures are, the more we can provide to our family, the more we can fix the challenges around us. We've got to participate in the economy. We have not been there in our rightful place, but we're coming. We're coming all across the nation, okay? We're seeing tremendous and great things happening. So economic participation, I'll talk to you later, super important. Education, super important. If we get those two things sewn up, folks, trust me, the trajectory of an Indigenous world will be so dramatically different than what we've experienced up until now. So super important. Folks, I'm going to now take the opportunity to introduce a whole bunch of great folks. These events, of course, are led through the vision and leadership of many. Today, we have the opportunity to meet some fantastic leaders that I've known a long, long time, all my life, I guess. And I have the great pleasure of being able to introduce them to you because they're the reason things like this take place. Their determination, their tenacity is what brings us to this place because that's what leaders do. Leaders have vision. And I encourage you, because I think there's lots of leaders in this audience today. I got to tell you, folks, leaders are people who can see into the future. They know where they want to take their people. They know where they want to take their families. They know where they want to ultimately end up. And that's what leadership does. It sees the future. And then it fights really hard. It struggles. It overcomes challenges to try to make that happen. That's how these events occur, right? Somebody sees the future, knows the importance that you play in it, wants very much to celebrate you, to help educate you, to help support you and recognize you and love you, right? That's what these folks are all about, okay? I know because I see their commitment on a regular basis. So folks, without further ado, I want to now ask our elder to come on up here and provide an opening prayer. Elder Cuesca Capo, right here, right behind me. Holy smokes. Data folks, they're always sneaking up on you. Hey? All right. Boy, old. Let me just get my tea. Boy, you're in the north when you're having tea with carnation milk. I got to tell you, what a treat. I'm not allowed to have that at home.
We gather this morning. And when we gather as people on the Sinwak, it makes us a community. And what community does, it keeps us alive. I will tell you a story after my prayer to encourage you. Loving God, we come before you to give thanks, to give you gratitude for the life we have today. Lord, be with us today. The source of life. The possibilities that exist in our lives. But many times we depend on you, Holy Father. I ask to place each one of us as we gather here today, tomorrow, and on a third day. And I pray for the leadership. Today, Nascomuan, to be part of this gathering. At the base to get negotiation and Nascomitan. And also got the base to get up much him in Jesus Christ. Amen. Sige, Pina, you can sit down. George reminded me that his father was an old man. Well, I said, what about me? You know, I want to encourage you, young people. There are things that happen in life. But that whenever we face difficulties in this life, that's no reason to give up. I tell you today, 20 years ago, I had a brain tumor. 20 years ago, I had a hole in it about this size in my brain. At 72 years old, I'll be completing my doctoral degree. If I can do it, you guys can do it. All you got to do is trust and have faith in the one that gives us life. And the important thing is to trust in yourself and to say, I can do this. Chigema, that is what I want for myself and for my community. That's the encouragement I have for you, young people. And I want to thank the people that make it possible for things to happen like this. And I've always worked with young people at the high school and any gathering that happens in a community. And that's common. Thank you.
I'm glad you're healthy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elder. And absolutely, you know, solid message in there, folks. You know, if you can see it and if you believe in it, you can achieve it, you guys. I've got to tell you, it's absolutely out there. There's so many things within your grasp, just like the Elder just said. Right? Now, with that, I want to introduce someone that's, of course, very integral to our community, a solid leader, a man I've worked with and have great admiration for. In fact, you know what? Chief Anderson said, if you're coming up to Norway House to this event, you got to get into shape. I said, okay, so I picked round. Round was the shape I picked. Okay, I better stick to my day job. Apparently comedy's not where I should be. All right, with that, I'd like to introduce Chief Larson Anderson, a person who I expect many of you are more than well aware of. He was first elected in 2018 as the Chief of Norway House. He's now in his second term as leader. He was previously a council member, has spent several years working as a manager responsible for capital and economic development in Norway House. His work and his past work, his current work and his previous work in his role as a council member, manager, and chief is bearing fruit as we can all see the progress and development of our beautiful community, right? As we look around, there's so many amazing things to see, new buildings, new development, lots of excitement, lots of energy, opportunity galore, right? Chief Anderson's vision has been laid out in a 5-year economic development strategy. I think he may want to share a little bit with you here today, and of course is continuing to see the future and build the capacity of the community by putting an emphasis on the youth, and that's a great place to be. So with that, please welcome Chief Larson Anderson, the Norway House Cree Nation. That's it.
Thanks, Rob. Can you hear me? Good. First, I want to welcome all those visitors and guests that have accepted our invitation. Grand Chief Sati, Sombre, I forget how to pronounce your last name, sir, but from the University of Manitoba. Asper School of Business. I also want to thank the great team that built or making this reality of having a youth conference geared towards economic development, led by Jimmy Thunder and his many little elves and works people that have done a tremendous job to make this unique opportunity and conference happen here in Norway House. And of course, I welcome all the visitors, community members, elders, youth in particular. Today we are here to start a 3-day training process, or get-to-know process. We have in Norway House been blessed to have such strong history of how First Nations people can be successful. The unfortunate reality, though, is that much of that history has been forgotten for various reasons. But if you think back or look back, and as you're learning about your history and where you come from, Norway House Cree Nation was established as a trading center. It was a key hub of the North for at least 150 years. So Norway House has actually been a very important process, or an important community in the development of Western Canada. So we have to know our history, we have to appreciate our history, so that when we move forward, or we can move forward in a much more stronger, unified nation. So Norway House has done tremendously in the past 5 years, but even more so in the past 30. We have continued to believe that we can achieve anything and everything that our hearts and what we want to do. Today we start an opening of a 3-day sessions that will hopefully encourage you, hopefully teach you, hopefully be able to show you that your reality and your futures are better than what we went through growing up on a reservation. In Norway House, we have been fortunate to be able to go to school from nursery to kindergarten to grade 12 to even university without leaving our nation. We have had the fortune to be able to stay with our families, with our friends, and that makes a huge difference. From the stories we hear from our older brothers and sisters, or parents or grandparents, where they had to leave their community to further their education, and that's made a huge impact on how we grow as a nation. I believe that Norway House has that fortune to be able to say that, and my generation, and even up to my older brothers and sisters that are 3-4 years older than me, not having to leave. I know there are visitors here from other First Nations that have to go through that practice of leaving when you're young. But I assure you that the nations that have strong leadership will... Hello? Strong leadership will continue to see progress happen in your nations. We have many things that have come through our way in the past few years. One of the key aspects, or one of the key projects that was really hard to pull off, to make reality, is bringing fiber optics to Norway House Cree Nation and to our partners in Michigamak. But that fiber optic, to me, is our new highway, our new opportunities, that there is no need to have to only leave Norway House to establish a business, that many other countries and throughout the world have been able to do without having to leave the comforts of their countries and communities. So I truly believe that if you have your heart, your dreams based on technology and through the internet, that opportunity or those opportunities are there. I encourage you to explore them. I encourage you to find ways to make them happen. We also have recently signed off a work to begin to actually renovate this building. This building was built in 1995, and it's long overdue for a facelift and some upgrades. So those are going to be happening in the next, starting in the next couple of months and into a couple of years. We're also starting a project that's been something that Norway House has talked about for a long time, and that's to build our own store and a real food court that will have seating as opposed to having to line up and go home. But we believe that that's going to be something that's going to change our activities in Norway House. And then there's also the community center. We've been using this building and this arena now for 25 plus years as our community gathering. But we've asked from council's decision, we have started or will be starting our own community center that will be able to house more of these types of events, graduations especially, and even weddings, and even during York Boat days. So we are excited about the new future or the recent developments. We also know that Winnipeg is a key economic community or city for us. It's the closest city to Norway House. We have quite a number of members that live there. Over 2,000 members live in Winnipeg. So we have had some opportunities to invest in Winnipeg and to put our people to work there, along with we'll be providing more opportunities for economic development for members in Winnipeg. So we are trying to move forward on a new vision that actually started almost 150 years ago. We can't help but bring up our treaties, our treaty rights to this nation called Canada that we haven't forgotten, that we are tired of being forgotten about. So we are moving forward to take hold of some of these opportunities that have been there for a long time, but we haven't had that luxury, I guess, of having to be able to get the support we need. In Norway House, we believe that the next course of action, the next development of progress comes from our youth, will come from business opportunities. We do need you. We do need, and this is in your own communities as well, we need people to come forward, establish themselves as business people, business persons, because it is how economies are built. We are not a communist country where government owns and runs everything. But we do require your help. And as far as Norway House Chief and Council is concerned, we are there. We will be there to assist you to make your dreams come true. So the hardest part, and I used to be a businessman as well, but the hardest part about being a businessman is catching that bug, catching that desire to want to be one, because that's the hardest part about being a business, because it's that desire, that drive that's inside of you. That's what gets you up in the morning. That's what keeps you going throughout the day. Because I'll tell you, there's very rarely you'll get a handshake or a pat on the back for a successful business venture you're running. But because you have that desire inside of you, wanting to have something that nobody else has, you'll be able to determine your own future, your own schedules. Every decision you make becomes critical. You learn how to work with people. You learn how to care for people. But it is something it's not something you are born with. It's not something that somebody can give you, but it's something inside of each and every one of us that you have to find it. And when you do, nothing can stop you. We have very successful businesses on reserve. The unfortunate thing is those are usually not lawful businesses. We need to turn that tide and turn that attitude that selling legal or doing things legally, running a business legally can actually make you a much better person and make your nations prouder, bigger, and better places to live. So thank you for coming to Norway House to come and listen to our presenters. We have quite the lineup. We know that there's going to be lots of videos being produced, so make sure you're always smiling and keep your hair combed. Don't pick your nose. Just kidding. But have fun. And I hope you enjoy your stay here in Norway House Cree Nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I feel bad now. I think they caught me picking my nose. So I guess that'll be probably the first video they show. Anyway, folks, thank you so much. And Chief, great words to get things rolling here. And I think one of the messages amongst many that the Chief had to offer up, I think, is that notion of entrepreneurship, that spark that gets created inside of people to pursue things. And entrepreneurship isn't just opening up a business per se. It can lend itself to many great things, right? Being entrepreneurial spirited, being able to get into places and think past and try to see the future and try to achieve it. All of that's part of it. So thank you, Chief, so much. I'd like to now call upon Councilor Eddie Albert. And of course, this Councilor's in his first term, and he's been very busy, of course, and his background has been in helping youth and developing of his community, of course, as a Director of Parks and Recreation for many years. And of course, as a Councilor, he continues this passion and is the first to advocate and promote the healthy programs for our youth, which include sports and other recreational programs. So come on up here, Eddie. Oh. You're not Eddie, I know that, but what are you about to say to me?
He's not here.
He's not here. I didn't even see him name. Eddie's no longer in the lineup. He's at the hospital. So that's, we're going to wipe out Eddie. Okay, next one. Dion. Dion is here. And of course, Councillor Clark's in his second term, first elected in 2018, along with Chief Anderson. Councillor Clark also has a passion to develop the youth of the Norway House Cree Nation in a positive way. He's been working hard to ensure the elders in Norway House are being looked after, and he recently led major renovations of the personal care home. Come on up here, Dion. Say hi.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our visitors for traveling to be with us. So I just want to kind of say welcome to the ones that traveled the furthest. I'm not too sure who traveled the furthest. Either was South Indian or Sandy Bay. I'm not too sure who traveled the furthest. Where? BC. But did they drive? Well, welcome. Welcome from those that travel all the way from BC. It's always an exciting time to come and gather together as young people from different places. I remember going to youth conferences with young people, different places, and some of the youth gatherings I used to attend, there was 16,000 young people at the Rexall Center. And it was very exciting to get around young people that have the same desires, that have the same passion to become leaders, to become strong individuals in their own personal life and in the lives of other people around them. So that's why this week we're gathered here today to come together, to grow stronger together as nations. Not just one individual person rising up, but together as nations to rise up together, our young people to rise up together, because I believe our young people have the strength, they have the stamina. We have the elders in the room, we have our older folks that have been around the table, gone around the sun many times, and they're here to instill into you the knowledge that they have gained, that they have learned throughout the years. So I encourage you to listen with your ears, pay attention with your eyes, and to begin to absorb as much as you can, because it's not very often you can come into a place like this to learn something from your fellow friends, from your fellow peers, from people that you admire and you look up to. So I'm so blessed just to have you gathered here today. I know this is the first day. People will be gathering throughout the day and throughout the next couple of days. So I just want to say welcome. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for coming to Norway House Nation. God bless you.
Thank you, Dion. There go say. All right. Now I'd like to call on Councilor Orville Appetagen, and of course Councilor Appetagen first term and comes from a business and finance background already, so always like many of these gentlemen up here, you know, they all lend themselves to different aspects of business, economic activity, and development for their community. And so it's always great to draw, and then I'm going to encourage all of you to reach out, talk to the folks, and interact, introduce yourself, start building those networks, getting familiar with lots of folks that have been around a bit. And so with Orville, of course, he comes with that business and finance background. He has previous experience and has been an asset to the Norway House Council as he brings to the table skills and experience in developing and growing businesses. Come on up here and say hi, Orville.
Good day, everybody. I'd like to welcome all our visitors that come to Norway House. All the young people that are here, our elders that are sitting down here too. Like Rob was saying, I come from a family of business. My late mom and dad used to open up a lakeside restaurant here, and it operated for many years, and I took it over along with my two sisters. We opened up the Yorkboat Diner as it is. That used to be we were the first tenant in there back in 1994. I'm also involved in the drilling and blasting area. We're actually going to start drilling today at the North Quarry. I hold a blaster's license also. I come from, like I said, I come from a family of entrepreneurs, and like the chief said, you know, we no longer have to leave our community to go to school. I had to leave my community to go to the University of Manitoba. And I encourage all the young people, don't stop at high school. Reach for the stars. You know, we always say, you guys are our future, the youth, and you really are. I got grandchildren of my own that I'm watching grow up right before my eyes. Wasn't long ago they were just little babies. Now they are 11 years old, 8 years old, and 6 years old. So I always encourage them to always go to school. Don't miss school. School is very important. You know, I became an accountant kind of later in my career. And there's one thing I'm proud to say, I've never been on that welfare line ever. And, you know, I was taught to get up, go to work, go to school, and work hard for everything you can attain. So with that, I'd just like to, again, welcome everyone that come here to our beautiful community. You know, we are Norway House Cree Nation. Earlier this summer, we were selected Economic Developer of the Year from CANDO. And I'm very proud of my economic development team that are sitting over here and amongst the crowd. That, you know, good job, well done. I noticed today on Facebook we're kind of getting blasted about the Monago mining project. But I just want to say something about that too. Whether we got into this partnership or not, this project was going to go through no matter what. So it's best that we're part of the project, going to reap the benefits. There's going to be lots of jobs there for all the young people in all the trades, plumbing, carpentry, electrical. It's not, you know, it's a good thing to get into the trades. Welding, heavy-duty mechanics, you know, they're going to be well-paying jobs in the Monago mining project, and I encourage you all to take a look at that too as we move forward and you know, develop the mine and seek the opportunity that are going to arise from it. So with that, I'd just like to again welcome everyone again, and thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Orville, and great points to be made for sure. Lots of big developments happening around many of our nations across the land, and our ability to participate and be part of that is continuing to grow. There was a time when we weren't even allowed to look over the fence barely, and now we're actually inside the fence, and more importantly, we're actually picking up the tools and actually becoming part of all of those kinds of things. So really important stuff like duty to consult and a whole host of things. I'd like to now call upon Anthony Appetagen, and of course I think many of you know Anthony, and Anthony, I think he's the longest sitting council member at this point in time, and he brings a wealth of experience, I know as extensive one, working with youth and recreation and so forth in the community. You know, you'll see Councilor Appetagen at every community event. He's always out sharing his knowledge at gatherings, and of course he's a musician as well, and so no shortage of talent with Anthony himself. Holy smokes. So come on up here. I think all the weight you lost, I gained. I'm not sure what happened there, Anthony.
Thanks, and welcome to our community, our guests and our youth in the community. Councilor Anthony Appetagen, like Rob said, I'm 10 years into being a councilor in our community, and I worked 34 years as a youth development worker. So altogether, I've spent my entire life, basically my adult and teen life, working for the community of Norway House. But it takes a lot of hard work, and I thank God today for being able to stand in front of you and share a little bit of what I have. About a couple of months ago, I suffered a semi-stroke. I used to be the real Superman out here. You know, I'd be climbing the walls, I'd be jumping on tables and whatever. I'm a little limited now, but through the grace of God, I'm able to walk, I'm able to talk, I'm able to do the things that basically I did in the past, and my road to recovery continues. And you know, I love my community. I love the people in the community. I wouldn't have given it up to be where I am today. You know, for the things that we do, like Councilor Orville says, number 2 Councilor Appetagen, I'm number 1. Just kidding. You know, some of the initiatives that we try, we get blasted over it, but the reality of the matter is job creation having that opportunity to give people in our community lives that they can cherish, they can accomplish, that they can buy and provide for their families. I'll use one program that we did along with Mr. Ryan Queskikap, who's here today. I have the social assistance portfolio, and one of the things that I was presented with is Ryan got some funding to hire 50 youth in economic development and working for our community. And I'm so thrilled to be a part of that, because the first day of the program, I was invited to speak to the youth. And in our community, young adults, if you're single, you get $310 a month to live on. $310. I don't know what it is in other communities, but I'm pretty sure it's basically the same. So when we put our calculations together, I believe the youth were making, $2,400 a month versus the $320, but they had to get up, go to work, and do the things that was asked of them. And there was an educational component to that thing as well. And, I'm really pleased that we were able to help the youth in that way with 50 youth, and I think we're continuing on with that program. I'm not a business entrepreneur by any means. My business is people, helping people. Economic development, I consider people. You can build as many infrastructures as you want in the community, but having a workforce that's healthy, vibrant, and able to work is key. You need those people to be healthy. We need to start working on our people. We need to provide some opportunities such as this for our people to come together and talk amongst each other and see what they want to do. I am a strong believer that the answer lies within you, within me, within everybody. And I don't really care what people say about me. In my heart, in my mind, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing is the right thing, and people just have to help you and be partners. I know that I rely a lot on the chief and council. They're a big help. Even through my sickness, they've been the biggest help, and I thank them for that. And it's all about working together. You gotta get up, work together, and be proud of who you are. Without that, we're going to continue going back in history and going back to the days when we aren't able to do anything. I think we're strong enough nowadays to get up, rise up, and do the things we want to do to better our lives, to better our community's life, to better everybody's life. And, economic development is a way out, but also you need that strong workforce. You need that strong, healthy workforce to make things happen. So let's not forget about that component, working with our people, making our people strong, proud, healthy. The chief mentioned something about illegal activity. Yeah, we do have it. I'm pretty sure everybody in any community has that. That's the wrong business you want to be in, That leads to a lot of destruction of a community, a lot of heartache, and believe me, I felt it. And we continue to work hard and trying to make our community a better place to live in. And it's all because I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm a foster parent. My daughter, when she came to us, I call her my daughter now. She was 6 months old. We took her in. Next month, she'll be 18 years old. I've given my life, me and my wife have given up our lives to bring in somebody less fortunate, to give them that life. My daughter went back to school. I'm so happy with that. My son has been in school. He hasn't been home in, 7 years? He's a hockey player. He goes to school at the University of Manitoba. He's taking kinesiology, but he's also used that education to further his career in hockey. He plays for the University of Manitoba Bison's hockey team. and I'm really proud of him. But he took that initiative to leave the community, to go to school, get a better education at university, and also enjoy the things that he loves in life, which is hockey. So it can be done. It will be done. It just takes a little bit of effort, a little bit of dignity to move forward. With that, I welcome you to the community and hope the next 3 days are enjoyable. We're very hospitable. If there's any thing we can do, just approach us. Because of my health, I'm not going to be here all day. I get tired and I have to get rest. So I'll be around. I'm planning on coming to some of the events that are happening in the evening. So with that being said, God will bless each and every one of you. Make a huge effort and better everybody's lives. Egusani, God bless.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, thank you so much, Councillor. And I think a couple of messages I just wanted to convey. I think the Chief spoke to it, and certainly both Councillors Appetagen spoke to it. Orville mentioned, sometimes, and I want to point out, as leaders, one of the challenges of being a leader is that you have to make tough decisions. And you have to stand in the face of adversity. And sometimes, your community members, sometimes others, they sort of are coming at you, but they don't maybe know all of the story. And usually the leadership actually knows a great many things. And by virtue of that, have to stand strong in the face of that. And sometimes we get upset and angry at leadership, but you don't understand sometimes all the things that they know, or the struggles, or the different kinds of things that they're trying to manage at that time. So we got to try to embrace and support our leaders. So that's just something I picked up in some of the conversation that was happening. I'd like to now call upon, of course, Councillor John Henry Jr. And Councillor, he's in his first term as a councillor. Prior to that, he worked with the Chief and Council to assist band members experiencing hardship. He spent several years working with Child and Family Services and is now one of the leads on developing the CFS law for the Norway House Cree Nation. Come on up here, John.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our Reclaiming Our Future conference, youth conference. It's the second annual. I'd like to thank my colleagues and delegates that came in, to speak. Jimmy Thunder, I'd like to thank you and your team for doing all the hard work setting this up. Thank you. Before I started, I graduated in '91 from the School of Social Work, and on my fourth year, I had a chance to go to Thompson General Hospital to finish my fourth year. But back home, I realized that a strong and social worker was working in our clinic. And I asked Thompson they asked me where I want to go, and I asked, can I go back home and finish my fourth year clinical, because my mentor sitting right there, he was here before, Mr. Grant Kosikapu. I spent about 4 or 5 months with him at the clinic, and I think that's where I learned a lot from him, patience, working with people, youth, families. I'd like to thank him for that leadership and guidance that he provided during my clinical. Thank you, Grant. I really appreciate that. The other things, too, as a counselor, parent, grandparent, I have 29 grandchildren, and 4 or 5 are staying with us right now. Well, 3 are permanent. They're living with us in our home. But I think when I talk to my grandchildren, I tell them to go to school, try and learn. Try and listen to the teachers. They're there for a reason. And I think that's what my parents taught me, like, to get up and, like the other councillors and chiefs said, you have to follow your dream. You have to follow what your heart desires. So with that, I'd like to encourage everybody to have a good 3 days. And if you run short of money, Councillor Dion Clark has a deep pocket. He's right there. No, I'm just kidding. But I think in the end of it all, like tonight there's a good show, 6 o'clock. I think it's called Superman, I think is his name. And Humble Rumble, they're from Norway House. They're really good. Nirvana, all the songs in the 90s, and they're really good. And the reason I say that is the lead singer is my grandson, Bradley Dixon. He heard me singing in a washroom when he was growing up, so that's why. Nah, just kidding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, John. And folks, as part of the comments I made earlier when we talk about the changing landscape of the Indigenous world, that's a fantastic example. The notion that through a recent change in legislation called Bill C-92, some of you may be familiar, I'm not sure, but we're able to now reclaim, control of our family and children and families and children, where previously we had external groups managing that for us in many cases, and it didn't work well. And today, again, we're able to do something different. And the creation of a law around child and family and control by the community is extremely important. And I applaud all the communities that are doing that kind of work. And thank you, Councillor Henry. Last but certainly not least of the Norway House leadership to say hello this morning or this afternoon is, of course, Councillor Dave Swanson. And he's also in his first term, but he's a retired educator and has a passion for education and development of our youth and families. And I know this, we've had those conversations. Education is he's very passionate about it. And as I mentioned earlier on, my personal belief, education and economic participation, that's what's going to set us free, folks. He has a passion for saving our Cree language and our culture and traditions. Councillor Swanson has introduced culture and language camps over his term and has developed a Cree language strategy, which is fantastic because that is how we reclaim our identity. If we can reclaim our language, that's part of the foundation of our cultural identity, right? So really commend that. Councillor Swanson, come on up here. Say hello.
Danse, kada tamiskat na, danas ka muna utani stanus ka be luftian. Danas ka mau Elder Kweskikapo for his opening prayer. And I welcome all of you, the youth. I welcome the Grand Chief to Norway House and other leadership that are here from different communities. Welcome to our beautiful community. As Rob says, I have a passion for education. I'm a retired educator from the school systems here and in the province. Just a couple of things I want to share with you that are very dear and important that I strongly believe in. One is the language, our history, our culture, our language, how important it is to keep your language, to know who you are, where you come from, the history of your community, Waguhtwin, meaning your families as well, to learn that, because that makes you a complete person of when we walk into this world, into the world out there. One of our elders used to tell me all the time, the late Albert Tate, is that our kids, our young people, are not strong enough. They don't know their history, they don't know their language, they don't know their culture. When they meet with adversity out in university or in the city, they want to quit right away and come home. But if they know who they are, he says, if they know their language, if they know who they are, where they come from, he said, whatever you say, they're going to succeed, and people are not going to knock them down. I strongly believe that. So I think that's one thing I would like you to do. Second is the importance of education. I think that in us moving forward in being successful in life and doing the things that we want to do, the things that we dream about, is how important education is. I know in our community here, we have this nursing program that's running currently right now. And the thing that we found when we did the assessments of the people in them and the students in them was that how many of our youth and our young people do not have the sciences and the math background. So I think that is very important for those of you that are wanting to go into these fields. You know, how there's lots of science and lots of maths that are needed and that are required as a prerequisite. I wanted to point out, though we step back, there's a young gentleman sitting over there that's representing the University of Manitoba. For you young people, if you get a chance to talk to him, his name is McGregor, his last name. Is that he's a graduate from in the health field, but he wants to become a doctor. So, and also here we have two young ladies that recently got their white coats at the University of Manitoba and are going to be studying to be doctors. And we have another young lady who is going to be heading out to the University of Victoria to become a lawyer. But, you know, those are just some of the successes. And I'm so excited and so proud of these young people. And, you know, I'd like to see more. Take a look in your communities. Talk to the teachers. Talk to the parents. Talk to the people that work at the chief and council offices, the health field, at the clinics or the nursing stations. What is required in our community? You know, there's a lot of opportunity for us to be the ones to take these over and start running our communities. So with that, and I wish you all the best, and I hope to shake everybody's hand here. Egasani, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and some great messages in all of that as well. Folks, again, you know, and no fault of any of our young people. Sometimes our culture, our tradition, our knowledge of the land, things of that nature, you know, we may be absent of that in some of our families. And it's not a fault of yours, right? It's our history and the reality of what we've had to face and how so much of that identity was taken from us. So it's so great to be reclaiming some of that and building ourselves up again and becoming strong like we once and always have been, right? And so it's really great words. And that math and science piece, we actually have spent a lot of time, we focused a lot on social kinds of sciences and things like that. And I also want to echo that. Math and science, the notion of engineering, of accounting, of all kinds of great things that we need as a nation are certainly out there. So for those of you with an aptitude, really encourage that, and absolutely reaching out to the university and anyone else that can certainly help you out. And I think that Councillor Swanson ended with, get out there, shake some hands, get to know people, build networks, ask questions. One of the things I wanted to say to all you young folks is to try to, again, reinforce and encourage that. For a long time, you know, because we were marginalized as a people, we started to look down at our feet. You know, that's how we comported ourselves. We looked down at our feet. We were shy. We didn't say anything. We lost our voices along the way. That time is done now. You guys have a strong voice. Ask questions. Go up and introduce yourself to people. Go, my goodness, Councillor Swanson, I really like what you said. Thank you so much. I think I might want to become a teacher one day. Tell me a little bit about how you did that. I encourage you guys, get out there, be strong, make sure your voices are heard, okay? Don't be shy, all right? That time is over for us now, okay? That time's done. We got to get out there. We got to be strong, just like all the good folks you see up here on the stage who did those very things, right? Struggled, took on lots of new experiences, gained great educations, and learned and got out into the world and created big networks and became known. That's how you achieve, that's how communities grow, that's how we all prosper. With that, folks, I want to call upon our next dignitary, not part of the Norway House leadership, but certainly part of leadership in our Indigenous world in a big way, and that, of course, is my old friend, Grand Chief Garrison Settee from the Manitoba Kuwait Nokamakanak and the Northern Chiefs Organization. Grand Chief Settee, of course, he's from Pimachikamak, but we won't hold that against him. Hey, we won't hold that against you. Okay, we still love you. And he is Innu and was born and raised in a Cree-speaking home. He was raised in a home with strong values and work ethics, where his parents instilled strong spiritual values that keep him grounded to this day. He's been an educator. He's been an elected leader. He's a visionary. He's an interesting fellow. Lots of pursuits. But the one that we hold near and dear, him and I, is our love of a musician named Bruce Springsteen, who we're both going to see this fall. So that's a big deal. You young people probably don't even know who the hell I'm talking about. But trust me, he's awesome. They call him the boss. I'll play some later. Having said that, folks, I also wanted to mention that just as a bit, the lunch is being served and spread around right now, okay? So just be patient. Lunch is coming. Go ahead, Garrison. It's not my bag. Mine's over there somewhere. I don't even know whose bag that is. No, it's not.
Very suspicious.
It's very suspicious. Very suspicious black bag being left unattended. I'll put it back here. Okay, it's scary, Garrison.
Tanse, tutemag, nichisanag, niwagomaganag, tatamiskat na wawanuts kaganao, ay siwap metagoguta, naspets nimineniten, metagosinanutta. I count it an honor to be here this afternoon, to be invited by the leadership of Kidasewi Sipik. And I honestly say this from my heart, that I am so proud of the leadership of this nation because of what they've done here, what they've done for their nation. It has been very progressive, moving forward, and also catching a vision of what you can do to transform your nation. And those are very important. And I just want to say Chief Larson Anderson has been a very good leader and a strong leader, along with his council. I always feel very good when I come here. I always feel I'm accepted when I'm come here, and it's a good feeling. And I want to thank you, Chief and Council, for always making me feel that way. I want to thank our elder for opening our conference in a very good way. Thank you, Ginanaskumit and Garth. And also I want to congratulate the Economic Development Team for hosting their second annual conference on economic development. And I just want to encourage you this afternoon. I was telling someone on my way here, I said, I'm going to a youth conference where the greatest minds of the future are gathering. The greatest minds of the future are in this place, and I'm very proud to be part of this assembly this afternoon because of the importance of this gathering. And I want to say that again. This is one of the most important gatherings that you will be part of in a very long time. Because if our nations are to change, if our nations are to be transformed, it'll come through the power of education. And as Councilor Swanson has alluded to and made mention of, the importance of education. And it's something that I feel very strongly about. And I want you to think about something here. As you look throughout the 633 First Nations in Canada, most of these First Nations have an unemployment rate of 85%. 80% of our First Nations are unemployed. So in order to move away from that situation, there's got to be some way we emancipate ourselves from poverty. We have to free ourselves from these conditions that plague our people. And the reason why that this is so, it's because it's designed to be that way. We live under an oppressive system designed to keep us poor. But you are here to get some ideas and to get a vision of what you can do to change your world. And it can happen. You that are sitting here, you can walk out of this conference with a new perspective and a new vision for your own life, but also a vision for your community. And I do believe that we are not going to be poor forever. Our communities do not have to live under mass poverty forever. So we have to figure out a way, how do we move forward? And education will lead us in that direction. But ultimately, it's economic development that will build our communities to be strong and powerful communities. And the way we do that is to have a community that's no longer reliant on transfer payments or the welfare system to continue to function. It's empowering our nations, empowering our people to be able to set up businesses where they actually have an opportunity to move away from poverty and dependency. And we can do that. And I think it's starting. There's a move that's happening. There's people that are coming up. The youth are rising up with a new direction and a new perspective, that they don't want to live with the status quo anymore. And that's why this gathering is so important. I want to encourage you, take all that you need to take in to make yourself a person that can be transformed. So I just want to say that this morning. I have so much I'd like to say, but I'm not the keynote speaker here. But one thing I want to leave with you. We talk about sovereignty, but sovereignty without economic independence is not true sovereignty. The moment when our nations start building their own economies, where you don't have to rely on governments for handouts, that's when you become a nation. And I think that the next generation is going to take us to a place where we have never been before. This next generation is going to rise up and take us to heights we have never been before. So this is where it's starting. And I want to say, young people, you are our future. You will lead us to a better economic situation. So we trust you. And we give that opportunity to you to lead us forward So with that, I say thank you for being here. I'm so honored to be in your presence. Get an commit now.
Holy smokes, well, you got my vote. Man, oh man, there was fire and brimstone in those comments. That was fantastic, and I just cannot echo those words enough. I think we're going to perpetually hear these over the course of the next few days. Just the importance that the economy plays and the ability for us to participate in is so needed for us to change our destiny. And we're going to talk a little bit about this afternoon. I'm going to tell you how we were extracted from the economy, because as Chief Larson said, you know, at one time we were a vibrant, thriving community here in Norway House and integral to the economy of Canada. Canada wasn't even Canada at that time. There's lots of important lessons in our history books to learn from, and we need to get back to where we once were. There was a time when Norway House appeared on the map before Canada was Canada, right? Very important. So we want to make sure we continue with that. And Garrison, absolutely 100% education and economic activity. Now, Bruno, before I introduce you, something was pointed out to me by one of our elders, a couple of our elders, who I think gave me a bit of a going over here and said, hang on a second, we did not bless the food that we're about to eat. And so I think that Eileen has asked, Dion, would you be so kind as to say grace? Thank you. We'd just like to bless our food. I know people have already started, but we're going to jump up here, Dion, and please, if you could do that, that'd be great. Thank you, Eileen, for that direction. And Bruno, you're up next.
Okay, well, bless the food. We'll do the quick prayer. My wife likes this one. My kids love this one. Thank you, Lord, for this food. I thank you, Lord, for the ones that prepared it, the hands that prepared it. Lord, I ask you to bless their hands, Lord, and those about to eat the food, Lord, bless them also, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. My kids know that prayer. So.
That's a good one. That's quick. I thought you were going to do rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. Okay, having said that, and of course our last welcoming remark here, and you're going to hear from this gentleman again. I had the good fortune of traveling up here today. He's an important part of the Asper School of Business and is going to share a great many things with you, as well as some other interesting announcements that are yet to come today. But Bruno Silvestri is the Dean, CPA Manitoba Chair in Business Leadership. He's the former Director of the Transportation Institute, Professor of Supply Chain Management at the Asper School of Business at the University of Manitoba, has taught extensively in the areas of operations management, supply chain management, and sustainability at all levels. He has a whack of initials behind his name. Holy smokes, I think he's got the whole alphabet back there. And of course, and has been part of a lot of the top schools and active in North and South America, Europe, Asia, and Israel. So please welcome Bruno for a few opening remarks, and we're going to hear from him right after lunch again, I think.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Norway House Cree Nation for the invitation to be here today. And I'm thrilled to be able to share and learn from all of you during this day. And it's exciting. Based on the conversation and the welcome remarks that we heard today, there are some central points, right? Education is one, economic development is another one, and sovereignty is a third one. We can't lead economic development without education, and we can't have sovereignty without economic development. So we see a pattern in terms of how we could move forward together in this journey. And Chief Anderson was talking about that fire, that desire to change that we need to find inside us. And if you are here today and if you are attending this conference, you are winners. You are already winning. And I'm excited to share some moments with you all in the afternoon. So on behalf of the Asper School of Business and University of Manitoba, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here, and let's celebrate and learn and share during this time as we progress towards a better world and a world of economic development and freedom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruno. And we're going to hear a little bit more from him, of course, in just a little while. Very important messages, and absolutely those business degrees, understanding commerce, economics, all the things that he speaks to, very important. Jimmy Thunder, who, of course, has been acknowledged here a few times, hails from the MBA program at the Asper Center, and I believe teaches at the Asper Center as well. So holy smokes, you've got a real strong relationship with a fantastic institution, really a global leader, really, when it comes to business. I've been around lots of business schools, and it's just it's fantastic. And I know my firm is as well. We're very invested and involved in this process. I also wanted to mention before I leave the stage that, of course, these events only happen through good sponsorship or through the great sponsors that help support these types of things. And I think that in your program, folks, you've already had a chance to see some of the folks that have been able to participate here and provide some of that help. Obviously, the Norway House Cree Nation, Indigenous Services Canada, Silvestri North, TP Insurance, Stantec, Duboff Edwards, the Northwest Committee, Perimeter Aviation, Spring Hill Lumber, Flying Nickel, of course, who was mentioned, that's part of the Monago Project, Community Futures, NCI, True North, Indigenous Leadership Institute, and Rosa and the Gang, the Median Credit Union, and Red Rebel Armor, which I think is a clothing line, and of course somebody who we omitted, I'm sorry, or we missed a little misstep here, and of course we wanted to thank Ryan Cuesca Capo. Ryan, are you out there? Little wave there, Ryan. Ryan was, of course, a major sponsor, a silver sponsor through the social division here at the Norway House Cree Nation, and I think focuses specifically on community member life skills programs and so forth. Am I correct, Ryan? Life skills programming, which is fantastic stuff. I was involved in some great life skills programming back in the day when limestone was being constructed. Another fantastic opportunity for our members and our youth to be involved in. So I think that's the end of our opening remarks, and I'm going to pass this torch over to a tremendous young lady who's going to be the MC for the rest of the program over the next 2.5 days. And I'm so glad to see Ashley here today. She's a proud Ojibwe, Métis, and Filipino woman residing in Treaty 1 territory. Her family roots are from the Richard family from Pine Creek First Nation, the McLeod family in Camperville, and the Gumapas family from the Philippines. Ashley has over 12 years' experience working with both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities in both the private and not-for-profit sector. She is currently the Associate Director at the Asper School of Business for Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub and 50-30 Challenge. She also runs her own consulting practice and works with across Canada with firms such as Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters of Manitoba, Walking the Unconscious, Talking IT Global, and others. She completed her Master's in Management, Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Smith School of Business at Queen's University. So Ashley, where are you? Right beside me, right behind me. Fantastic. You're now going to get the A game. You've seen the B game. And I want to wish you guys every success. I'll see you this afternoon as well. We're going to dive into the world of economics just a little bit more so, okay? That's it. That's all. Lunch is, of course, underway. Ashley, take it away, my dear. Give me some sugar. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Chimigwech, thank you so much, and thank you to our elder and all of our dignitaries for providing opening remarks today and really getting us started off on a really high note. You're free to leave the stage now and take your seats and grab some lunch.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right. Thanks, Ash. Okay.
It's so lovely to see so many faces here today, this afternoon. As briefly mentioned, this is my very first time up here in Norway House, and just really, really honored to have been asked to be here. So my family is the Richard and the McLeod family, quite far from here in Treaty 2 territory, but signatory to Treaty 4. As mentioned in the bio, and I just wanted to shout out Rob for the ace pronunciation of every name and community that I'm from. So I am also a graduate of the Asper School of Business. I got my Bachelor of Commerce from there. So this day is also really exciting for me to see, you know, everything that's going to happen this afternoon between Norway House and the Asper School of Business. If you have any questions about anything to do with university, whether it be a master's program or an undergraduate program at the U of M, please come find me or, you know, one of my colleagues who also are at Asper. I've never left, pretty much, so I'm still working on a couple programs at the Asper School of Business and really, really focused on building an inclusive innovation ecosystem for Indigenous women entrepreneurs across Turtle Island. So we're working with entrepreneurs and those organizations supporting entrepreneurs right across Canada and the US to help build more economic opportunities for Indigenous women in our communities. So thank you so much to Norway House, Cree Nation Economic Development Department, Chief and Council, and Manitoba Kuwait-Noe Okimakanak for having me here as your MC. I'm really, really looking forward to the next 3 days. Before the introduction of our first keynote speaker, I have a couple thank yous and housekeeping items to go over. So I'd really like to acknowledge our platinum sponsor, Indigenous Services Canada, as well as our gold sponsor and main partner, MKO, for their valued support, as well as various departments within Norway House, such as the Norway House Social Division and Building Sacred Communities. I'd also like to take a moment to give a special recognition and thank you to Youth Income Assistance Employment Strategy, another gold sponsor, who's also organized and contributed staff and volunteers to help make this conference possible today and for the next 3 days. So let's give all the staff and volunteers a round of applause, please. So housekeeping items. So firstly, the Norway House Cree Nation Economic Development Department, your conference organizers, have a table set up to the back right of the room, which is your left. Please visit that conference table for any inquiries or information that you might need. As you saw this morning, youth conference participants and trade show marketplace participants are asked to register. Registration will take place at the start of each day, and you'll find the registration tables just behind me out here in the lobby area. We'll also be hosting a youth talent show, and I'm going to invite Michael Monius, Economic Development Officer from Norway House Cree Nation, to provide details. Michael Monius. Let's give Michael a round of applause.
Oh, yes. Hello, everybody. So today I'm going to be talking to you about the youth talent show that we're hosting tomorrow. Tomorrow it starts at 6:45 right after the comedy show by Sherry McKay. The talent show is for 14 to 30 years old. They're going to have a backup band, Highway 373. Rehearsals are today, 2 to 4, I believe, 2 to 5. If you have any questions, you can find me. I'm wandering around, running around. First prize is $1,000. Second is $800. Third is $600, and fourth is $400, and fifth is $200. If you sing, you could bring it up with me, and I'll see if the band plays a song, because it is tomorrow, so I'll have to talk to the band about it. And I believe that's all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Amazing. That's going to be so exciting. I hope I see some faces in this room tomorrow night in the talent showcase. Again, that's going to be right after a comedy performance by Sherry McKay. If you don't know who Sherry McKay is, follow her on TikTok and Instagram. She's hilarious. She's someone really amazing that I admire and respect. On top of the youth showcase, there's also going to be a Wolves Den business pitch competition. So I'm also going to now invite Logan Tate Reum to provide details. Or we'll do that later. Sorry, I should have given everyone a warning. I was going to call them up to stage. Are you going to do it?
This is the Wolves Den?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Wolves Den is a business pitch competition. So we're building up on the business competition that we did last year. This competition is a chance for you to just pitch a business idea, and could be real idea, it could be still in the ideation stage. But what this does is it gives you an opportunity to present your idea in front of a panel of judges, and if you win, and you have a good chance of winning because we have a lot of prizes, if you win, you have a chance to win a cash prize, and you also, if you win first place, MNP is actually donating some time to turn your idea into an actual business. So we have some free consulting available for the person who wins first place. In addition to winning first place, you win $1,500. Second place wins $1,000, and third place wins $500. And all you got to do is just pitch your business idea. So if you still there's still time to register for the Wolves Den business pitch competition. If you have any questions, you can talk to Logan Tate Reum. And yeah, best of luck to everyone who enters the business pitch competition. Thanks so much.
Awesome. So there's tons of exciting activities planned for while we're all here together at this conference. If you want any further information, just come to the registration desk at the back and we'd be happy to help you out. All of the conference activities are going to take place right here in this room. So all the keynotes, all the workshop sessions, they're going to take place right here. And then to my right and your left through those doors is the trade show. So make sure you go check out the awesome tables that are set up over there and, help support local Indigenous entrepreneurs by buying some stuff, maybe with some of the prize money that some of you are going to win. Bathrooms are located to the left, just through the doors, and on the right side of the lobby. And I understand that there's a lot of folks here from out of town today and throughout the conference. So if you're here from out of town, there's a convenience store that's very close by within walking distance called the C Store. And again, that's just towards that way over there. So inside the C Store is where you're going to find the Tim Hortons Express. And fun fact, Norway House actually houses 2 Tim Hortons, and the other is being in the mall across the road. The mall is that way, I think. Also that way. So Tim Hortons is that way, mall, C Store, all your needs, all your shopping needs, get them out that way. Lastly, our keynote presentations are going to be taking place during lunch each day. For this reason, you're going to be served lunch, so please stay seated. I guess that doesn't really matter for today because we're a little behind. A lot of you are already eating. But for tomorrow and the day after, stay seated for lunch, and we'll be sure that lunch is brought to you at your table. So with that, and without further ado, I'm super thrilled to invite to you our first keynote speaker, Superman. Superman joins us all the way from Montana and is a member of the Crow Reservation. He's a multinational award-winning artist, having won the 2017 Fight Against the System MTV VMA Award for his song Stand Up, Stand Down, #NoDapple. Superman's uncanny ability to motivate, encourage, and inspire through dance and hip-hop music keeps him at the forefront among his contemporaries, which gives him a platform to advocate on Indigenous issues. Please help me welcome Superman to the stage.
All right, thank you for that awesome introductions. How's everybody doing? Are you good? Are you happy? Turn to your neighbor, shake their hand, and say, I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Turn to your other neighbor on the other side. Give them a high five and say, I'm glad you're alive. Glad you're alive. Awesome. So real quick, we opened up in a good way as Indigenous people. We always open up in prayer in a good way. And it's an honor and a privilege to be able to, be a keynote speaker and be able to perform for you guys, this evening. And so me and my brother over here, DJ Element, wave to the crowd, man. See that guy right there? Give him a round of applause, man. We're blessed to have this individual here with us as well. He is the dopest Indigenous DJ on planet Earth. And he'll show you guys, tonight, man. But, so as I said, I'm really happy to be here. This is my first time being in the area. I come from the Apsalogat Nation. I'd like to introduce myself in the Apsalogat language. I say, Kahe, Balaja, Weage Machalahu, Bia Shichidik, Inababa Itchik. I said, what's up, my good relatives? My name is Christian Parrish, Takes the Gun, a.k.a. Superman. Come from the Apsalogat Nation in Montana, or the Crow Nation is the mistranslation of our people. My Apsalogat name is Weage Machala, which means good fortune on Mother Earth. My clan is the Ashichida, which is the Big Lodge clan. We are known for being hard workers, and so our lodges are always put up, they're in good shape. And so that is the characteristics of our clan. We're hard workers and go-getters. And so I am a fancy dancer, men's fancy war dancer. Been dancing that style since I was in junior high. Before that, traditional hot dancer. It's a ceremony that we have, ceremonial dance. I started as that, and then I switched to the powwow style, which is the men's fancy. So I am a powwow dancer. I am a flute player. I'm a hip-hop artist, believe it or not. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I got 3 beautiful kids and 2 ugly ones. Hey, just kidding. We're all beautiful. Look at your neighbor's greasy face and say, you're beautiful today. You're beautiful today. Yes. So I'm not going to keep you guys long at all. I'm just going to tell my story. In life is chain reactions. All that life is, all over the world, is a result of chain reactions since the beginning of time. So there were so many, billions of chain reactions that caused me to be here saying these words, the way they sound, the inflection, the way I dress, everything is all a chain reaction. You sitting where you're sitting, the way you're thinking, how you're interpreting what I'm saying to you, the inflection in my voice, how you're interpreting that, is all from a chain reaction as well since the beginning of time. And once you know that, once you know, that's what life is, it's a beautiful thing to interpret, life in that way of knowing there's a reason why we do what we do, say what we say, why things are the way they are. It's all a chain reaction. And so I wanted to share my story real quick. I grew up on the Crow Reservation in Montana. And my parents, they were alcoholics and addicts. And it was kind of a rough childhood. I remember as a kid being hungry as a kid. We used to stash a commodity peanut butter, the government peanut butter that we had. We used to stash it in the cupboards when our cousins came across the street to play with us because we didn't want them to eat that. because that was our dinner, for that night. So we hid it from them, when they came over to visit. And when you live in that kind of environment, there's a lot of drama, a lot of chaos, people going to hospital, people going to jail, things like that. My dad, when he was under the influence of alcohol, he used to come into the room and he would yell at us kids, hey, you kids, get against that wall. Get against that wall, hurry up, threaten us with violence. And he would unroll this towel. In this towel, he had all these knives, in this towel. And he yelled to us kids, get against that wall. Don't move, he said. He would take those knives and throw them at us, throw them at our feet. It was terrifying. So those are some of the childhood memories that I had, walking on eggshells, being afraid what I was going to say, what I was going to do to set him off and make him violent. So we lived in that kind of environment. And when you live in that kind of environment, usually social services comes over, take you out that home, put you in something called foster care. Some of you know what that is. They put me and my brother in foster care, and they said, don't worry, your mom and dad will be back to pick you up. So we said, okay. We started waiting. Hour goes by, 2 hours go by, looking out the window. Whole day goes by. 2 days go by, 3 days go by. Whole week goes by. Whole months go by. Whole years go by. I started calling my foster mom, Mom. I adapted to my situation as a kid. I didn't understand my parents were going to treatment, going to court cases, doing whatever they had to do to get sober and healthy. I didn't understand that. I started calling my foster mom, Mom. After all that time, they finally got sober, they got healthy, they came to get us kids, and I didn't even want to go with them. I cried. I pushed them away. I said, I don't want to go with you. I'm going to stay here. This is my family now. This is my mom now, I said. And that broke my mom and dad's heart, broke my heart, broke everybody's hearts. And I learned at a young age, that's what addiction does. Breaks the hearts of the people that you love the most. But they took us, we went back to the reservation. Life was good. They were sober. They had jobs. I love my family. But it lasted only for 3 months, and then back into that cycle of addiction. Young people, sometimes when you allow those poisons into your life, it starts to become your identity, You allow them in, and then next time somebody comes along, your mind says, oh yeah, I did this. I do this. This is who I am, And you can end up in that cycle for decades, years, your whole life. Same on the flip side, though, Nah, I'm good. Go ahead. Do you, man. I'm good. That becomes your identity and your strength as well. So anyways, we lived in that cycle till I was 10 years old, that cycle of addiction that my parents were in. When I was 10 years old, my dad, he got himself a bottle, started partying, drinking, drove to Billings, Montana, which is an hour from our res, and he took his own life that night, passed away. And that there was my mom's wake-up call. She had to lose her husband, her companion in life, for her to snap out of it. And she snapped out of it. She said, you know what? I'm done. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of going to funeral after funeral after funeral. Cirrhosis, car crashes, drama, chaos. I'm tired of this life. I ain't never drinking another drop of alcohol ever again. She made it up in her mind and her heart to never use again. And she stuck to it, So I got to see my mom make that decision. I said, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to be like my mom. I ain't never drinking alcohol ever in my life, man. I saw all the drama and chaos around me, and I made that decision in my life and in my heart. And to this day, I never, experimented with alcohol, never drank alcohol ever in my life, And it's a better life. It doesn't make me better than anybody who can, social drink or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just my decision. And I believe it's a good decision. And if I have the opportunity to share with Indigenous First Nations people that being sober is a good life, then I'm definitely going to share that, because that's what I believe as well. And my brother over there, he's been sober for 9 years. Give him a round of applause. 9 years. And he'll say the same thing. They'll tell you it's a better life. You know, you can go straight to your goals. You don't have to go down a bunch of detours, man. When you allow those poisons into your life, it's a guarantee that you're going to go down some detours and you might never come back from those detours like a lot of people who have got caught up. So anyways, fast forward, I started believing that I wanted to do hip-hop music, you know. You know, I loved hip-hop music. I was like, yo, man, I like this. I want to do this. And that's a big feat to believe you want to do hip-hop music coming from Montana. You know, if you think of Montana, you don't think of hip-hop. You think of things like, oh, got to get these cows in the barn, by golly, you know, let's get these crops going, you know, hey, you know, you don't think about hip-hop. You think about farming and ranching and stuff like that. But I believed, you know, that I love this hip-hop culture so much. I believed. Look at your neighbor and say, believe. Believe. That is where it's at. That is the power. That is the power. Belief that gives power to ideas, you know, goals, achievements is believing that you can do it. So I believed I could do hip-hop music, you know, as a native person, as an indigenous person. Our elders, you know, when we started rapping, they looked at us and they said, quit trying to be black. Hey, why are you trying to be black? You're native, you know, we have our culture. Why are you trying to, you know, like that? But, you know, that's life. That's life, you know, in this assimilation process that we're in. We have our traditional ways, we have our culture, and we have, you know, other cultures as well. And so we started doing that. Fast forward, I started making music, putting it out. This guy calls me up. He goes by the name of Taboo from a group called the Black Eyed Peas. Anybody heard of the Black Eyed Peas? Hey, yo, man, these guys are, you know, 7-time Grammy award-winning, you know, Super Bowl halftime performing worldwide artists. And this guy's calling me from the Crow Reservation, little tiny town of 2,000. He's like, hey, bro, I like what you're doing, man. He's like, let's make music. I said, yo, let's do it. He said, let's do a song. I said, let's do it. He said, let's do a video. I said, let's do it. He said, can you rap in your language? I said, yes. Had my mom help me, you know, and some others. We wrote my verse in the Crow, the Apsalogat language, you know. And we put that video out. MTV saw the video, and they said, we like this. We're going to nominate this video for MTV VMA Award, man, the Video Music Awards. Bunch of natives got nominated for the VMAs. There was Dreezus. You got heard of Dreezus, right? There was Dreezus on there. There was some Seminole brothers, you know, Spencer and Doc, Osage on there, my brother MC1. Bunch of natives, man. We all got on this song. And we put that out, and MTV said, we like this. We're going to nominate this for MTV VMA. So we go to the VMAs in LA, Los Angeles. Walked on that red carpet, feeling good, feeling proud, man. Took my people with me. Took all native people with me, man. Took anybody who ever had a dream in life, man. Walked on that red carpet. I wore my family's war bonnet, you know. I wore my beaded cuffs, my moccasins that my wife made for me, you know. Felt good. And on this side of me, there was this girl. Her name was Cardi B. Hey, what up, man? Cardi B, man. Boom, right there, you know. On this side of me, there was this guy named DJ Khaled. Another one. We the best music, you know. Boom, he's just right there. Yeah. Little short guy walks right in front of me, man. I was taller than him. His name was Kendrick Lamar. Hey. I was like, yo, what's up, Kendrick, man? I'm taller than you, and I'm the shortest crow. Hey. All these people were there, Katy Perry, Drake, you know, Migos, man, you name it, all these superstars, they were there. And then we were there, some First Nations, indigenous people, you know, representing that water is life. And at the end of the night, they said, we're going to give this award to all the artists. And we ended up winning the MTV VMA. Clap your hands. So what am I saying? What am I saying? You know, no matter where you come from, what you've been through in life, you can do amazing things. It's up to you if you believe, if you grasp the concept of belief. That's where it's at. That is the power right there. Those who say I can and those who say I can't, they're both exhibiting belief, the power of belief. I can't. I can. They're both right. Both of them are right because they believe it. And that's where it's at. Why do we believe? It's in our DNA. Long time ago when there were cavemen or, whatever, and they're like, hey, I need you to go around the other side this hill and, scare that saber-toothed tiger this way, and I'm going to kill him,
any strategic officer who would like to do that, or being perhaps a director of economic development, or a marketing analyst, or perhaps a logistics operator or coordinator. So positions are everywhere. But again, when we are identifying our career, when we are selecting what we are going to do, the position name doesn't tell us much. The status is good, the name sounds good, but it doesn't tell us what the person actually does. So, for the business school, for the Asper School of Business, what we've been seeing our graduates actually doing, is, if you think about your career and your potential, your opportunities, and we are talking about entrepreneurship, identifying the opportunity and plan for that, to execute on that. You could be willing, for example, to be, someone that would create spaces and opportunities for others. Which position would be that? So you could be basically working with social media to educate, informing, and entertaining others. You could perhaps think about starting a business one day, as we've been discussing here. Or you could provide financial services to companies and individuals to make the world a better place. Or you could work in making sure that products and services are accessible to consumers, to people. So no matter what you decide to do and what title or position you are going to target, education is fundamental. When I say education, I'm from the perspective of the Asper School of Business. When I was in high school or in my early career, I didn't know what I want to do. I was lost. People would say to me, Bruno, why don't you become an X? I don't know what this X is. I don't know what this position actually does, the person in that role. And I struggled, right? I struggled to find that space, to find that path. But no matter what you think about doing, no matter what you think about being in terms of a position, education is the fundamental start. And then after that, as I mentioned here in the beginning, economic development will unfold and sovereignty will also become reality. I was born I'm from a family, an Italian family that was, relocated to Brazil, outskirts of Rio de Janeiro, and I was born in a poor family, struggling with the challenges of a new country, agriculture, family-based operation at the time. With all these uncertainties that were in my mind, what I would be, what path I would take. I'm not sure how much you know about Brazil, about Rio de Janeiro, but it can be a tough place. It can be a really tough place. And I was in public schools, and when I say public schools in Brazil, it's something else, right? It is challenging. You have to survive every day. You have to face, resistance. You have to face challenges every single day. So challenges in terms of hunger, in terms of violence, in terms of drug abuse, in terms of, weapons and guns, around. And I remember very vividly, I was, I think, in possibly grade 5, that I had a friend. My family was poor, but I had food on the table, nothing beyond that. In grade 5, the school at the time used to give lunch, right, to the kids, because the kids didn't have other opportunity. And the lunch was basically coffee and milk and the bread. If you are lucky, you would find butter inside. Basically a bread, coffee, and milk. And I used to live very close to the school. I used to go and snack at home because I knew that there was... one day a friend of mine said, "Bruno, I see that you don't use your ticket, your lunch ticket. Or you use only sometimes. I wonder if you could give me that ticket so that I could eat my bread and bring your bread to my 3-year-old brother that is at home. He doesn't have anything to eat." And that struck me. I said, of course, but that reality, right, just right there. I don't know what happened with that friend, that colleague. I haven't heard from him. I don't know what happened. I know that his life continued in Brazil in a tough environment, a really hard environment to thrive. But, with persistence and really identifying, again, getting back to entrepreneurship, identifying the opportunity and acting on it. How can I make it happen? I didn't have another choice. I didn't have another path. I had to fight. So I completed my high school. In that school, I will acknowledge that, I recognize that I was basically a C student, right? My parents were not happy with my grades. But I kept going. I kept going because I didn't have another alternative. And I got to the university, right? The university was 3 hours and a half away from home. I had to leave my city, my family, to study. And living in a small condo apartment with 5 other colleagues. That was, the daily fight, right? Eating whatever we had. During that time, my first 2 years at university, my dad lost his job. And he was, not young anymore. He had a really hard time in relocating jobs, and he stayed unemployed. And he was basically what was the pillar, right, of a financial pillar of the family. My mom was a teacher at the time. Teachers in Brazil would get $300 a month as an income. So I started buying guava paste in tablets in my hometown to bring to the city where I was doing university in Rio de Janeiro. I used to bring, very heavy bags, 2 bags of guava paste in tablets to sell in Rio at the university to my colleagues, making $1 or $2 to be able to keep going. But it was tough. It was really difficult. And one day I called my parents and I said, calling at the time was basically going to a public telephone. I don't think you guys know what it is, but, going to a public telephone, arranging a time for your mom and dad to be on the other public telephone in the other city and calling, expecting them to answer and not a stranger, right? Because it was basically a street phone. And I said to my mom, I'm going to give up. I'm going to drop school. I can't continue. I have to work full time. I was already in debt with my colleagues that were sharing the apartment. They were paying the bills, paying the food, paying the rent, and I didn't have, the money to pay. And my parents start crying on the phone and say, don't do that, don't do that. And I told one friend that was a roommate that was sharing that apartment with me, and I said, I'm going to drop the university because I can't continue. And he said, why you can't continue? I said, I just don't have the means to continue. I have to work full time. And he said, he was older than me. He had a full-time job already. He was already graduated. He said to me, Bruno, let's make a deal. I'll pay for your expenses for the next 2 years. And when you graduate, you pay me back. At the time that I heard that, I said, my goodness. I said, deal. I'm taking this. Those angels, right, that appear in front of you and sort of change the course and the direction of your life. And I took that. Basically, this person paid for my expense, my living expenses and everything. We kept a spreadsheet on, counting, the money increasing. I graduated, and I was able to pay him in 6 months after I graduated. I got my entire salary and just pay him back every month, every month. On the 7th month, I bought a TV, 14 inches TV, those tube ones, was my first purchase. I was thrilled. I was graduated with a good job, or a potential excellent trajectory, and that paid off, and a TV. So, when we talk about entrepreneurship, career, and identifying that opportunity and nurturing that spark, that desire to move on day after day, it's not without challenges. It's not. Challenges will be coming at us every single day, multiple times a day. But if that core, that willingness, and that power that we've heard many speakers talking about today is strong enough, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. And there are so many good things that can happen. I never dreamed, quite frankly, I never dreamed to be in Canada, to be at the Asper School, University of Manitoba. That was beyond my dream. I couldn't dream that. I just couldn't. I couldn't see that. But putting work and hard work every single day towards a goal. Everything that I did was to reach a goal. Not looking around, because around I saw many things that could distract me. Parties and drugs and, things that could really ruin my trajectory. And I just turned them off. This is what I need to do. And I want to welcome you to do that and put the Asper School of Business available to you to rely on, being a place where you can, reach out and talk about career or anything you want, or a place where could be your home. As Jimmy Thunder here, Ashley Richard, Zach Unrau that's here is going to talk a little bit later. The power of transforming lives and communities. This MOU here is very important and can be really powerful, historically, allowing us to do many things together. And at the Asper School, I'm going to tell you, you can pick any major, right? We have marketing. If you are someone that is creative, like drawing, like music, the creative side of you, marketing could be the place to start. You are going to put that creativity in play. If you are a math person, we have multiple opportunities: supply chain analytics, accounting, finance. If you are a people's person, HR, leadership. The good thing about business is that you don't need to decide that in advance. You can start your program and figure it out later on while you are progressing in your career, because there is something for everyone. And not only that, at the Asper School, we are very proud that we are not only offering courses in supply chain, marketing, everyone can offer. You can take a course online, that's okay. What we are really proud of offering and what we can really make a difference is what we call experiential learning. It's basically learning by doing, learning by practicing. And that could be in multiple ways. For example, our co-op program places 100% of our students in companies in Manitoba. So they get credit to go to companies and learn, absorb, and do it. Business case competition. We have been really, really successful in business case competition 42 across the world. In Europe, in US, we have been winning top-notch business schools, talking about Harvard and others, right? Pitch competition, entrepreneurship. We have the Stu Clark Center for Entrepreneurship. You guys are going to compete during these 3 days in a pitch competition. You're going to promote and present a business idea. So identifying that idea and find ways to execute it. When we talk about entrepreneurship, and we had a little bit of this today, is the ability to identify those ideas and pursue those opportunities. But there are 2 types of entrepreneurship. A positive entrepreneurship, which the net effect for the community, for the society, is positive. You are gaining collectively. And that is the negative entrepreneurship, where you find an opportunity, you pursue that opportunity, but the net effect, the result for the community is negative. You are actually losing value. You are losing people. You are losing energy. And in Brazil, I saw a lot of great entrepreneurship, but many of them on the negative side. And that's always temporarily. It's for a short period of time, and you cannot contribute to a community. The positive one is the seed for innovation, is the seed to bring people together, is the seed for economic development. But we have to know how to do it. There is a specific way on how to do it, and the how-to is where we can help you in the theoretical side, in the classroom, and also through the practice of business. I want to leave here today with an open invitation to all of you to reach out to us and let us know how can we help you in supporting you and, giving the mechanism that you need to succeed in your career and your life. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
I should stick around closer to the stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Silvestri, for sharing some of your story and some of the amazing opportunities that the Asper School of Business may have for some of you folks along the line. So just want to give out a reminder for the survey. So if you haven't got your survey in, we're going to be doing the next draw right away. So you have 1 more minute to get your survey in with our volunteer. There she is. Did anybody not enter the draw? Perfect. Okay, we're going to come around and collect your surveys, or if you want to run them up here is also. Just right there. Okay, last call for surveys. Well, while we wait, I'll introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is going to be talking a bit more about the Asper School of Business and the opportunities available specifically for Indigenous students. It's a really close friend of mine, Zach Unruh. We actually went through the program together, so I've known Zach for basically as long as I've lived in Winnipeg, and Zach is really someone who just rises to the occasion and steps up for what he needs to do. During my time in my undergrad, I was the president of the Indigenous Commerce Students Association, and Zach always came through, taking up whatever positions were empty. He was an HR major, a human resources major, but he took on the role as finance and treasurer lead. He was the first-year representative in his second or third year. So ask Zach any of your questions about the Indigenous Students Program at Asper. So before Zach shares with us, let's do our draw. What's the prize? Right there. Okay, it's orange. The prize is this beautiful Jets. I believe that's the Wassac sweater. So we have 426-134. 426-134. Yes, awesome. Congratulations. Wassac sweater for you. Okay. Oh, God. Next prize is a Fitbit. 426-098. 426-098. This young man right here. Congratulations. Soccer ball? Next prize, this amazing Adidas soccer ball. 426-128. 426-128. I think I see someone standing in the back there. Congratulations. One more. Next prize is a GoPro. Okay, for the GoPro, 426-144. 426-144. Do we have a winner? Yes, yay! Congratulations. Okay, so the draw is a coordinated effort between all of us. So please fill out your surveys for each speaker, and our volunteers are going to do their best to make sure that we collect all of the surveys, get all of your tickets in before the draw. So without further ado, I'm really pleased to welcome my friend and colleague, Zach Unruh, who's the Program Director of the Indigenous Business Education Partners at the Asper School of Business at the U of M. Zach is Métis from Winnipeg, Manitoba, and also a proud alumna of the University of Manitoba IH Asper School of Business. Please give a warm welcome for Zach.
Okay. Some technical difficulty, so we're just going to wait 2 seconds here.
All right, switch it to 8, I think it is on. Ooh. Adam, switch it to 8. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just...
We're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no audio, right? No, shouldn't be.
No, there's nothing. It's just...
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, hi everyone. I just wanted to start by thanking Chief Larson Anderson for the opportunity to speak with you, actually for the second time at Norway House Cree Nation in Treaty 5 today. So again, thank you to Chief Larson Anderson, the councillors, conference organizers, and the event staff that are all working so hard to make this a reality. My name's Zach Unruh, has been mentioned, and I'm Red River Métis citizen and a member of the Bison Local from Winnipeg, Manitoba, where I live and work on Treaty 1, which is the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe Cree, Dakota, Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Red River Métis. So, a little bit about myself, and is that... and I'll first kind of start with my educational background, is as Ashley mentioned, I have a degree from the Asper School of Business, and I majored in human resources and leadership. And I'm currently, and I actually just recently finished my professional Master of Education degree this year through Queen's University. Though my role in my day-to-day work is the Program Director of Indigenous Business Education Partners, which provides services for Canadian Indigenous students in order for them to pursue a business degree at the undergraduate level or a professional graduate degree at the graduate level, such as a Master of Business Administration. You may hear me refer to Indigenous Business Education Partners as Ibet for short, later on when we discuss that our department a little bit more. But before we get started, I just want to share that I hope today what you get out of my talk is that by getting a business degree, you can create change that you want to see in the companies you work for, your own community, and beyond. And that education is a powerful tool, and I hope that you all explore what is right for you. So, now during this presentation, I'm going to try and give you the answers to these 3 questions. Who are Indigenous Business Education Partners? What can I do with a business degree in commerce, a degree in commerce, and what are the pathways to get into Asper if you're interested? So Ibet provides a variety of services, as I mentioned, for Canadian Indigenous student members in pursuit of their Bachelor of Commerce honors or professional graduate degree. These services are available from your first steps on campus all the way through to the graduation stage so that you can find your place in the business community in Manitoba. And these services include, but aren't limited to, things such as tutoring, access to scholarships and bursaries, networking opportunities, and we'll go into depth a little bit more with these a little bit later. But what I think is really great about our department is that in addition to all these services that we're talking about, that I'm talking about today, is there's an instant community for Indigenous students that are pursuing business as a result of our programming. And for example, our senior student members often mentor newer students. And so whether you're in your first year or final year, our dedicated staff and friendly students are so very eager really to welcome you into our growing community. And I just want to mention that if you're interested in joining our group, our department, applications are available all year round, and the sooner you can apply, the sooner you can get access to some of these. Though by applying to become an Ibet member does not mean that you're in the business school just yet. We'll help you with that. So, In terms of academic services, we actually provide 2 hours of complimentary tutoring from Canadian Western Bank for some of our challenging math courses. We also do degree planning with, we provide degree planning with Indigenous student advisors in the faculty, and this includes assistance navigating some of the university's academic supports and services, as well as the policies to make sure that you understand things related to your courses or things like that. We also have financial services. So we actually administer and provide scholarships and bursaries and prizes for only our members, so the Indigenous Business Education Partners members. And actually last year we provided / administered just over $135,000 in awards. So that's on behalf of the Ibet program, but also companies that we work closely with, such as CPA Manitoba and things like that. We also assist folks in trying to find external funding to help pay for school, and because it can be really expensive coming from, like, for example, Norway House to the city. So finding that external funding can be really important. And we also will help write letters of nomination, recommendation, and support for those external awards as well. Okay. So networking and employment. So we regularly have what's called lunch and learn events where companies come in and they're looking to connect with and recruit Indigenous business students. So these can be both non-Indigenous companies, but as well as Indigenous companies as well. And they come, they bring food, you get to meet with them, you get to talk to them a little bit about their business. We also have Career Exploration Day, which is basically like speed networking so that you can get to meet people, get to know people a little bit better, and see where you might want to work, right? And then we have yearly our Visionary Indigenous Business Excellence Awards, where all our students are able to go free. It's one of our premier gala, it's our premier gala event, and almost 200 people come every year. So, as I mentioned before, there's approximately, the community is a really important part of what Ibet provides its students. So we have approximately 50 to 60 student members at any given time throughout the year, because like I mentioned, our members can join at any time, and with folks graduating and things like that. So Ibet shares information and knowledge from across the university to keep members connected not only to the Asper community, but the Indigenous community on campus at the University of Manitoba. And we have a private lounge where students can both study and where they can both study, warm up lunch, talk with one another, and we also have a specific room dedicated for folks to do presentations and things like that. So I think what's been talked about a lot today is how important education is. And one thing that kind of has always stood out to me is when Stonechild shared that education is the new buffalo. And as Whittles points out, what is meant when Stonechild says this is that they're connecting the buffalo as a traditional staple of many Indigenous nations prior to Euro-Canadian contact with the history of Indigenous higher education. Because really what both provide is in their own way, but have similar results, are things such as food, raw materials, and a cultural foundation. And what this means is that education directly impacts economic development by addressing community needs such as employment, workforce skill development, and small business development. So, as Bruno talked about, I think it's important. I'll show you a lot of different majors here and things like that, but I really want you to think about what skills you have and what skills you think you can use with a business degree. So for example, human resources is more people-based. There's accounting and finance, which is math-based. There's marketing, which is creative. But for those that want to know why it costs so much to buy things in different places or things like that, supply chains and logistics looks at how to get a product or good from one place to another in a way that's cost effective and make sure that the quality of the product is good. So essentially when I talk about skills rather than majors is business is more than just being an accountant at a large company or an accountant who does taxes or even owning your own business. I know that's been talked a lot about today, and I think that that's a really important part of economic development. But as part of getting a business degree, you can really support that business by having those skills and maybe not necessarily being the person to start the business, but you can really support it and help it grow. So with that, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk about some careers that you could have in business. So one is related to sports. So you love everything hockey, but you're not that great with a stick, or you're like me and can't really skate, but you're creative and good enough at math. And so when we think about that, you could be a marketing manager. So that's designing the newsletters, that's deciding what players to use in your promo videos, that's creating project proposals for new ideas. It can be really exciting. There's the human resource specialist, where you can create job postings, you can look at training and development, and specifically look at professional development for players, for example, or facilitate employee health and wellness policies. Now, there's also gaming, right, which is a lot probably different than sports, but so you like to play games, but you're not very artistic, but you want to work for a gaming company, let's say. You could be a supply chain analyst. You can purchase all the parts to consoles or games and have them arrive right when you need them and all together. You can solve the best way to transport the consoles. You can track sales and make sure that as things are being sold out, that new products coming in. There's also a business development officer, and you can travel to different stores and see how you can improve the design. There's the look at what competition is doing and how you could make your game better or future games better. You could also survey customers and see what they like or don't like about the games that you're selling. And then there's careers for charity. We use a lot of times also not-for-profit. So local charities are important to you, but you're not interested in health sciences or psychology, but you're really good with numbers. So you could potentially become an accountant, and so you could apply for grants by creating proposals and budgets. You can create and manage a monthly, quarterly, and yearly sales expense. Some of these might not sound super fun, but somebody who loves math might really enjoy these things. Or develop a spending policy and rules for a company on how to spend in an ethical way. So I've shared a lot today, and I think what's important is I want to talk to you. And I don't need you to all share out loud, but I think I just want you to take a second to think. And what are the things that you're interested in? What do you do in your spare time? And are there any specific industries you want to work in? Or do you want to stay in community and help your community? These things are the things that you want to be thinking about, and how you can use your skills and whether or not they translate to working in business and then towards the areas that you're interested in. That's what's important, is to find the passion and then and let your skills guide you as you move along. So if by the end of this you're like, I really want to sign up for Asper, how do I do that? There's a few different ways. So there's direct entry with, you're going to be using your high school grades. So basically, you need your pre-calculus math. So I encourage everyone who's not already taking it to take it. It's much better to take it where you're comfortable in your community than trying to come to the school and try and get it later on when you're learning from new classes. There's also an English requirement, and then your next highest 240S classes. There's also advanced entry. So this is based off of courses you've already taken in university. So it's a minimum of 24, and they usually require certain letter grades and certain courses depending. We can talk a little bit more about that once I'm done presenting here. And also, I did provide Jesse, who's with the University of Manitoba, our pamphlets to both learn a little bit more, but also think about how you would like to apply and contact us. So, and then if you're not sure but you want to attend the university and you go into University 1 or Arts, our services are available for folks if you're changing your mind and you decide you want to go from arts and doing psychology or something like that to business. So you're still eligible to receive our services because these services are intended to help uplift everyone and help them get into the business school if they're not already there. So the last part that I want to mention is the Canadian Indigenous Ancestry category. So this is a special category for those who self-declare as Indigenous and select this category on their application. And what it does is it captures students who meet the application minimums but fall short of the competitive cutoff. Because a lot of students are interested in coming to business school, what happens is we only have, let's say, 100 spaces, but 200 people apply. We have to ultimately take the highest, the grades that are the highest and then work down. So sometimes if a student has a 90%, or the cutoff is 90%, but you have an 89, you might not be selected that year. So this is an added ability to be considered for admission. But if you get through the regular admissions, you don't count towards that category, so we can continue to have Indigenous folks in our school. And then it selects from both the direct entry and advanced entry categories I discussed before. So I just want to say thank you again for your time. It's been really nice to be able to come up here and talk to you about the Asper School of Business. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to contact myself at the email below or phone number. And like I said, Jesse has some of our information to contact us directly. So I just, again, merci and thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Zach, for sharing about the extensive supports that Ibet provides to Indigenous students at Asper. I'd like to call Dr. Bruno Silvestri up back to the stage, as well as Chloe and Jimmy. And as they're all coming up to the stage, there's other cool stuff at Asper too. Not only is it a really supportive group and community that you'll meet at IBEP, but when I was in Asper, I got to study in France. Zach studied in Hong Kong. I have another colleague who studied in Amsterdam. So there's really, really amazing opportunities to study internationally, as well as really make some lifelong friends. So as we wait for Chloe and Jimmy to come up to the stage, this is your last minute reminder to get those tickets or surveys into the volunteer before we do our next draw. And I'm really excited to share with the room that both Zach Unruh and Dr. Silvestri are donating their honoraria to a Norway House band member enrolled in a business program in post-secondary. So Miigwech, thank you so much for your generosity.
All right, and so it's with deep gratitude that on behalf of the Norway House Cree Nation Economic Development Department, we would like to present these gifts as a thank you for coming here and sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much. Sharing your knowledge and your care and your passion for First Nations communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is so kind.
All right, we'll get to the draw. And as we're doing the draw, I'd like to call up Michael Clark, Economic Development Officer, to the stage, please. So we'll be doing the draw, and as we're doing the draw, I'd like to invite up Grand Chief Seti to the stage as well, please. So first prize is a backpack from Bison Modular Homes? Bison Modular Homes. Okay, for the backpack, 426206. 426206. Congratulations. For the next backpack, we have 426200, 426200. Over there in the back, aw, congratulations. Next prize, a video projector,
There's two in here.
Okay, for the video projector, 426-215. 426-215. Oh, over there. Congratulations. The next prize is headphones, but they're cool headphones. Beats Studio headphones. Wow, Beats. 426-210. 426-210. Amazing. You just won some wireless Beats Studio headphones. And there's one more. A Bluetooth speaker.
You missed it. There you go.
Okay. So for the Bluetooth speaker, it's 426-218.
Bose SoundLink Flex SE speaker.
426-218. Congratulations. And Michael Clark, please make your way to the stage, and I'll pass the mic over to Jimmy.
All right, and we'd also like to extend our deepest gratitude as well to Grand Chief Garrison Satie of MKO. Thank you so much for coming here today and for your leadership for our northern communities and for the great things that are coming up ahead. So, Kitchimigwich, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a beautiful picture. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay, Michael's going to come up here and tell us about a really exciting, fun, awesome game that we can play today and the rest of the conference? Or just today?
Every day.
Every day. Every day we can play this game.
Hello, my name is Michael Clark, and I'm an Economic Development Officer here with Norway House, Cree Nation. And what we are implementing is the passport game. So the passport game is actually available at the economic development table there. So what you basically do is you pick one up and you fill in your information, your name, your age, and which community you're from. And there's 4 sections to fill out, and you can go over to the trade show and talk to any of the booths. I do know that there's only 3 available right now. So if you could just fill out all 3 and just to interact with the trade show, they will sign your paper for you, and then you could come and drop it off at the table for us, and then you'll be entered to a draw. That'll be happening every day near the end at 5. Yep, so we thank you, and yep, they're available at the booths over there. Thanks.
Okay, we've made it to our first health break. You have 15 minutes. So everybody come back to your seats at 3:10 p.m. for our next exciting workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, well, 30 minutes. Yeah, something like that. Okay, I'm moving quickly, for sure. All right, now I need to get this queued up.
Okay.
Where is the...
It's the same. So you had the same problem that.
House's very own Rob Campbell. So Rob is MNP's national Rob is MNP's National and Provincial Director of Indigenous Services, a trusted and respected executive, leader, and entrepreneur with effective long-term working relationships in a wide range of diverse settings. Rob provides consultation and support on community, economic, and business development, governance, and leadership issues at the local, regional, and national levels. Welcome to the stage, Rob Campbell.
Well, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. And folks, sorry, I know I'd already been up here once before, and so it's a real pleasure to get an opportunity to spend a little bit more time with you folks here today. And again, as Ashley mentioned, and as I mentioned earlier, this is home for me as well. Not that I haven't spent a lot of time in lots of nations. I know some of you young folks have come from Sandy Bay and lots of different communities, and of course, I've had the very good fortune of getting through probably every nation in Manitoba, if not every nation in the country, based on the work that I do. So it's always such a great time to spend with, especially with our youth. And so by virtue of that, folks, you know, a lot of the emphasis and a lot of the dialogue here in the last few hours, of course, has really been, you know, on education and economic development. And I guess to what extent, I'm not sure you know the subject of economic development. A language that we've been using for a lot of years that I'm going to try to delineate a little bit of some things from all of that language. And for some of you folks, I know some of this discussion might be a little bit different than ones that you're in regularly. I'm not sure how often some of you reflect on the economy. You've heard a bunch of us scream at you, the economy, it's important. We've got to be in the economy. We've got to be present there, participating in it. It's our future. It's how we're going to survive. Yet I'm not entirely sure sometimes how much all of us understand of some of this. So what I'm going to try to do, folks, for the purposes of today, is I'm just going to try to touch on some key points around economic activity and the Indigenous community. Because I've had the great fortune, again, to get across the land. The company I work for, we're fairly large. We have 9,000 team members in 120 offices. And so we work with a significant amount of Indigenous interests across the country, and so I'm blessed. I get to see some incredible things. I get to go into communities that have really, you know, embraced this kind of philosophy and are really driving their communities to sort of a very different level because they are very focused, again, on their economic opportunities and their economic prosperity. And of course, folks, when you are in the economy, when you are participating, when your community is able to extract money, especially from that economy, revenue, then of course you're able to manage a lot more. Chief Settee, Grand Chief Settee was talking about it this morning. Our ability to have sovereignty. We often talk about being self-governing, right? And that we have sovereignty and that our rights are entrenched, of course, in the Constitution, all those good things. But what does this mean? Because how independent can we be? How self-determining and self-sufficient are we without being part of the economy? Well, we're not. So what happens is we're beholding to another system, right? We're beholding, in our case, to the federal government of Canada. So in a way, what happens is some of our communities, you almost feel like you're a young person as a community. It's like you're trying to be on your own and you're yelling at mom and dad that you're grown up, but you're kind of not on your own, right? You're still sleeping in the basement or sleeping in a bedroom in the house, so mom and dad keep making rules. And so what I guess I'm trying to preach, and many of us are, Garrison and Chief Anderson and many others, we've got to grow up. We've got to be something else now. Now, we were kind of forced into those positions because of our history, as I've mentioned time and time again. We actually were extracted from the economy through a variety of conditions that were pressed upon us, right? Through the assimilation policies of Canada. And I'd love to spend days with you young folks to tell you a great many things that I've come to learn in my lifetime about our condition and about our history. And it's fascinating, of course, but there's a reason why we're caught in a certain circumstance. And again, we're going to kind of climb into this conversation a little bit more because, like I said, I want to kind of focus a little bit more on the economy side. Sorry, it's not my laptop. I'm just looking for the right buttons over here. So thank you again for having me out at Reclaiming Our Future, the Economic Development Youth Conference that Norway House has put on. This is its second annual event, and I think it's going to continue to grow and create more momentum. And I hope one day that we're looking at an entire, expanse of Indigenous youth in a room having this really important conversation, even if they don't quite understand it all, even if they still have lots to learn. The earlier you get into this conversation, the better. When I was flying up today, we were traveling with one of the gentlemen who's part of the band, and I guess he was just explaining about his young son is very entrepreneurial. So at 9 years old, he's already sort of buying equipment, and he does lawn maintenance, and he's doing all kinds of neat things. That internal entrepreneurial spirit or drive is really a neat thing. And I know for some of us, we haven't been exposed to it as much. Our households, our communities, the things we see around us, sometimes we're not overwhelmed by all the activity in our world, right? Or sometimes we don't see certain things, right? I don't know if any of you have spent time with a nuclear physicist or have spent time with, someone with certain very unique expertise and so on. And so the simple reality is the same in business. We don't grow up necessarily on the knees of business people sometimes, so sometimes we don't absorb it through osmosis, through some families. That's just part of how they exist. So I'm hoping we embrace this more and that a lot of you become that first spark in your families to start that entrepreneurial kind of approach to life. Because like I mentioned earlier, being an entrepreneur is not exclusive to just starting a small business. You can be an entrepreneurial person in any activity you choose. When Anthony Appetagen was talking about being an entrepreneur, and his business is people, helping and supporting people. You can be entrepreneurial, because what entrepreneurship means to me are things like, that you have that, again, as I mentioned today, you see somewhere you want to be. You can see where your organization can go or where your community can go. You embrace it. The guest speaker at lunch, Superman, he referenced several great things in his presentation I hope many of you took to heart, right? Things like, you've got to be tenacious. I don't know if you know that word, but it means that you've got to be determined. You've got to keep pushing forward to achieve that result, right? You've got to take risk. You've got to be the champion and the cheerleader of a lot of things to make those things happen. And I've watched it time and time again where young people have embraced many things and have created incredible movements. Recycling. Who here is familiar with recycling? Yeah? Do you know why we have recycling the way we have recycling today? Because they went after the young folks. They were able to convince young people about our earth and tomorrow and our future and what was happening. And the recycling world really grew out of motivating young people. So you can make great change. Young people are responsible for literally the recycling program that our world knows today. It's very much part of you taking these messages home and starting to live and breathe these same kinds of thoughts, right? When you become passionate about something and you start to start getting creative and thinking of different ways. How do I achieve that result? How do I make something bigger? How do I make something better? How do I make something that everyone's going to embrace in a greater way? All of that stuff, these are entrepreneurial feelings, right? Whether it's your hockey team or whether it's any number of things in your life. So I wanted to really emphasize that on entrepreneurship. When we start getting into the economic sort of activity in our world, one of the things that I often focus on is when I go out to do this work, and I think you heard today the Norway House Cree Nation was successful. They've been recognized as one of the Community Economic Developers of the Year by the Can-Do organization. I will tell you folks, when I was young like you, maybe a little older, I started the Can-Do organization. Me, Vaughn Sunday, Alfred Loon, and a whole bunch of us from across the land. We all saw those kinds of things. We all became entrepreneurial ourselves. So we went down this road to create an Economic Development Officers Association, of which we all were when we were young. right? So we created the Can-Do organization, and a lot of things have stemmed from a whole host of fantastic organizations out there. The Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business, and the list goes on and on. But one of the things that I always used to wrestle with is we used language called economic development. We just go economic development. Well, what does economic development mean? That'd be like me going, well, why don't you guys pursue health? Well, what does health mean to you? I bet you if I asked every one of you, you would give me a slightly different answer. One person might say, hey, I like jogging. Great, that's health. Another person over here says, I'd love to see a hospital in my community. That's health. It's a big topic. It's a small word, but it's a big topic. I find economic development kind of feels that way. And that's why I kind of break it down into a couple of things. And again, like I said, what I'm saying here is not necessarily set in stone. But when I go out to do that work, and back to the Can-Do organization and the recognition of Norway House and their economic development efforts, we were certainly part of it at MNP. I've been around this conversation all my life. And so I believe we added great value in that, working with Jimmy Thunder and his team, Chief Anderson and the council, and a whole bunch of folks. And this is how we break down this subject a little bit. I break it down even more, but having said that, there's a side called wealth creation in my mind. There's a notion that there are certain aspects of economic activity where their focus is purely on wealth creation. Okay? So when I work with certain communities, there are some that try to create their objective or vision, and they determine what are we trying to do. I'm a former vice president of a large investment firm as well. And so by virtue of that, you've got to know your purpose. So are you trying to do, economic development as defined on the right side of the screen that you see in front of you? Are we trying to create employment, services, better like community well-being? That's economic activity for sure. So I'll use an example. Under the banner of economic development, and this is just my interpretation, a community may say we want to start a store. We don't have a store. We want a store. They may look at that and say, hey, we don't care if it makes any money. We like the notion of having this additional service, and it also creates some employment. So it's very beneficial to us overall. And so we look at economic in kind of a softer way, right? Which is excellent. Another way to look at it is purely hard line, bottom line kind of stuff. We don't care about employment. We don't care about a whole bunch of things. We're here to make money. Why am I saying this? Because it changes your trajectory on what you and your community are trying to do. Wealth creation may mean buying a McDonald's in downtown Toronto. Okay? You're not impacted in any way other than sheer revenue. That's the whole reason you hold that enterprise, right? Whereas under the guise of that store, again, we've got a lovely facility in the community. It's not really generating great wealth for us, but it does other things. And in those examples, you see they're all part of the economic environment around you, but we can we approach it in different ways. So this is the way we sort of break it down with lots of communities. I'm heading into a variety of environments in the next little while. The same kind of messaging. I have all the leaders of the Northwest Territories coming together. I was supposed to be in Yellowknife on Monday, but as you know, Yellowknife is a little bit warm right now, and so I'm not heading there. But we had all the Indigenous leaders coming in, again, as we try to pursue some certain things up there, where the Indigenous community essentially is running the Northwest Territories. They've already taken over lots of Crown corporations, so there's lots of neat ways on how different groups are sort of approaching it. Another message that I wanted to give you guys today, so again, we're talking, what does economics mean? What is this sort of creature that we're trying to pursue, and what does it mean to me, and what's important? We've got to understand that. Then we've got to, whoa, hey. Oh man, I'm throwing shit around now. We still on? Okay, there. Sorry. Next I'm going to throw a laptop at one of you, and then there's a point where I kick the flag over. It's quite a show. Anyway, I want to show you something that's really important to you guys. An important thing that you should understand about yourselves, because I want you to feel really proud. You should feel a great sense of honor as an Indigenous person, because I told you this morning, the world has not treated us well. The world has hurt and injured us in a significant way. The world has taken so much from us. okay? It put us in a very difficult spot. It removed us from the economy. The Indian Act, as an example. Are any of you familiar with a thing called the Indian Act? That legislation that pertains only to us, right? In those very documents, you see things like Section 89, which doesn't allow us really to access capital historically. Well, how do you create business without accessing capital? We had to get permission to leave our First Nations, right, our reserves. Things like that prohibit us from having jobs and seeking opportunity. We get isolated and pushed into unusual locations geographically that are not conducive to growing economies. Swamps, rocks, far away from rail lines and roads and all the infrastructure you need to really kind of make that rock. So we've had a tough go, and we've been extracted from the economy. In fact, we've been discriminated against in many cases, yet here's what I want you to understand and why you need to walk out of this economic conference feeling like $1 million, $1 billion. We are very important. We are very important to the economy. I want to acknowledge again Grand Chief Settee, because I know him and his organization were instrumental in this study that I'm going to reflect on. The Southern Chiefs Organization, the Rural Development Institute, all had a hand in this. But we need to understand the economy around us. Most of us really don't know the economy around us. How many of you are very aware of sort of where forestry, mining, what's going on in hydro, what's happening in sort of the economic, world around us? Well, many of us aren't. We're blind to it because we haven't been in it. So we've got to be able to understand that far better. We've got to be able to understand our local and regional economies, what are here. I will tell you about Norway House for just a quick moment. There's an interesting thing about Norway House. You know what's interesting about Norway House when you're a guy like me? The average household income in Norway House is higher than the Canadian average. Shh, don't tell anyone that. You're supposed to be poor Indians. Now, having said that, we have a tremendous opportunity in front of us, but we tend to give our economies away. So what I want to emphasize, though, in this particular study that was done a few years ago is we are the second largest contributor to a thing called the gross domestic product. The GDP is essentially how you kind of measure an economy, right? It's like a report card or something like that. Having said that, when we reflect on us as Indigenous people, we are vital to Manitoba. Our challenge is, because of our histories and the lateral violence that's been created, we can't work together very well. This is my observation, right? One arrow, snap it easily. 20 arrows, try to snap 20 arrows. But we keep on being one arrow, right? We've got to come together and we've got to agree and we've got to be able to kind of unify ourselves and be able to make these statements like we are, next to agriculture, the most important thing in the economy. Look at that, our spend. And when we see that, you might say to yourself, well, how can that be? That's not possible. Well, I'll tell you how it be, okay? So as a former board member of the St. Boniface Hospital, some of you are probably familiar with the St. Boniface Hospital in Winnipeg. Look at that hospital. When I joined that hospital's board, I said, who's our client? They said, well, patients. And I said, well, yeah, I know that much. I'm not a doctor, but I do know that patients are the client to a hospital. But I said, no, who are they? Who are they? They determined at the time 50% of all the patients were Indigenous. So what does that mean? That means 50% of all the doctors in that hospital derive their income from the Indigenous community. The construction of a new hospital building or wing, 50% of that happens because of us, if not more, right? There are so many things that happen in our world that we're so vital to, but our heads are down. We're still suffering from our history, so we've got to jump past that. That's why you young people have to jump past that. Some of you aren't carrying as much weight as some of the elders who came before us. I'm not carrying a lot of that weight. I had a certain upbringing. My son, who's here with me today, he's not carrying it. So we're able to kind of move past some very traumatic and difficult things that our elders had to confront. And so we're really in a different place. And we need to tell the world we're a big contributor to the economy. And so we've got to be able to show folks we're major taxpayers. We live and breathe in all aspects of our world here in Manitoba. I'm not trying to say this as a brag. I'm not trying to, but folks, I'm what they call a principal partner, so I'm one of the owners of a very large enterprise. I live in a good place. I have good things. I'm not shy to say that, but why I'm telling you that is that I contribute a great deal to the economy. I buy a lot of things, right? I send money, I contribute in a whole host of ways, paying taxes and doing lots. So we're very important. I just want you to understand that. And one of the things that we have a hard time understanding is economic leakage. See, one of the things we've been doing for years, folks, is we give all our money away. And you're like, well, no, I don't. Oh, yeah, you do. You know what you do? In fact, when I looked at this a few years ago, First Nations, generally on average, give away about 96 cents of every dollar they receive. So you get that? A dollar comes floating into Norway House, as an example. And it lands in Norway House. So you know what we do? We grab it quickly, we crumple it up into a ball, and we throw it away. Where do we throw that dollar? Thompson, right? Where else do we throw it? Winnipeg? We throw some there. We buy things from companies that don't exist in our world that we don't own, like the Northwest Company, and I'm not knocking them. They're a big enterprise. They're successful, but we give all our money away. It all goes away, okay? And we can't grow our own economy. We can't grow wealth. We can't create jobs. We can't do those kinds of things if we give all our money to someone else. That makes no sense. I had a chance to work with another group of Indians. Okay, I'm going to poke some fun. I work with the Indian community, the East Indian community, the real Indians. See, we're not Indians. There's already a whole country called India. And in fact, it has quite a few folks. You may not know this. There's quite a few of them. They're great and wonderful people, have contributed dramatically to our world. They make the greatest food ever, love their movies, Bollywood movies, all of that. But I got a chance to work with the true Indian people. And you know what I found? I found this. Their dollar, instead of it going out the door right away, it circulates internally 7 times, or up to 7 times. So what that does is it propels all of their people. They work collectively. They support each other, right? They do dramatic and great things. We always go, oh my goodness, these new Canadians, they come here, they take advantage. They only take advantage of their understanding of the economics of life. 3 families live in a home, pay a home off quickly, eliminate a lot of interest. Next thing you know, they buy a second home, right? Now they pay that one off. Soon, 3 families own 3 homes in a short period of time, and we all look amazed. Because they're prepared to do things, and they understand things. They understand the value of supporting each other's businesses, hiring each other's children, and doing great things. But we don't. We give away our money. We give it away to everybody. We make everyone wealthy. How do you think Thompson exists today? How much money in Thompson comes from the Indigenous world? Garrison, Kevin, these guys might even know a number. It's a lot. Thompson thrives off it. 30% of every hotel rooms in Winnipeg every night are Indigenous hotel rooms. 90% plus of every soul on the plains of Perimeter. What are they? Patients. Right? They're Indigenous people. We are the customer to everyone, but we're not the beneficiaries of any of it. So until we start to own those enterprises, until we start to keep those dollars in our community and make them grow, or at least take those dollars and push them out somewhere else, why can't we own more stuff? We should own half of Winnipeg. Our community should be, this is a community of 8,000 people. Go to another community of 8,000 people, a non-Indigenous one, and see what's there, right? And I know there's a different circumstance and a bit of a different paradigm and a different reality, but I'm telling you folks, we're slowly getting there. Norway House is very fortunate. It's actually much further along than so many. But we give our dollar away. So we're very important in the economy. You'll notice next to agriculture, we're the 2nd largest contributor. We do that by virtue of just sheerly who we are and being here, but we could do so much more. Oh my God, you guys. When I get old, I'm already old, I'm 57, but when I get really old, like my dad, 92, I don't know if I'll see 92, but if I get really old, right, I'm praying that I look out into the world and I see you guys on boards of directors of major mainstream corporations, that I'm looking at the faces of the chief executive officers and the chief operating officers tomorrow, that I'm looking at the successful business person. You know, you guys are going to play a Dragon's Den business game. This is fantastic. Get those creative juices flowing. What are the businesses that should work here? What are the businesses that I could pursue in life, whether I'm in my community or outside of my community, right? We've got to kind of think those thoughts. And it's a great game. And I'm telling you, whoever wins that son of a gun, I don't know if Jimmy mentioned it or not, I know that my company, I'll contribute a reasonable amount of consulting just to see if we can't nurture that idea a little bit further, okay? Because we have access to we got lots of fun things and we can do lots of neat stuff. So let's see if a great gem of an idea grows out of it. My son was off at a special kind of entrepreneurial science kind of camp this summer, and that's the same kind of thing they did, and it blew my mind. It blew my mind. I used to be the chairman of Junior Achievement. I don't know if any of you know what that is. It teaches entrepreneurship and leadership skills in young people. And I was the chair of Junior Achievement, and we never delivered it to the Indigenous world. So I started helping to deliver it in the Indigenous world. And you know what I found? Our people are incredible entrepreneurs. Our young people came up, so we had a competition that year. Junior Achievement has a competition. And they're working with all these schools and lots of kind of like non-Indigenous kids, right? Who come from certain kinds of backgrounds, certain kinds of homes. Man, all these kids are there. And I remember going to the awards dinner because we've competed. There's about 12 teams competing for this business award. And here's my team. It was all from the Freight House in Winnipeg, down in the core area. So my team was Indigenous youth. They were all the way from 11 years old to 15 years old, and they came from troubled backgrounds. They came from tough backgrounds. They came from, lots of challenge and hurt and suffering. But man, oh man, as soon as they got the opportunity, as soon as someone embraced them and gave them the chance, away they went. The team next to us, when they pronounced the second place winners, it was a group of lovely young ladies. I can still see them. They're lovely young ladies. They won their award or whatever, second place. They had sold about $2,500 of product. They had created a little business card holders that they were selling. Our crew created a company called Teepees Are Us. You've seen these examples, the little canvas teepees. We had little puffs of cotton batten so it looked like their smoke was. We made them centerpieces for table. Our team was at $11,000 when we won the first place award, and that company kept on going for 2 more years. It was called Teepees Are Us, which is a copyright infringement. I won't get into the legalities of it all, but we got a couple of, couriers along the way, but we did great. And what it demonstrates is that our young people have tons of entrepreneurial spirit. It's just sometimes you're not given the opportunity, the exposure, and that's why this event is great. You're getting exposure. Right? You're getting to see and hear things that you don't normally hear and see. And when you see something that's interesting, gravitate to it, right? It's fascinating. Our entrepreneurs, we understand that in the Indigenous world, it moves at about 5 times the national average, entrepreneurship that is. So when I see these young people, I know they have so much in them and are going to do so well. I remember those young kids saying to me, we never thought we'd ever be in business in our life. We thought business was for someone else. Mr. Goso, Monia, like somebody else, not us. It's not for us. They believe that in their heart. Shouldn't be in your heart. Business is absolutely for you. You are going to succeed. You're going to try. You're going to fail. You're going to try again. You can do it. And man, we keep demonstrating. You're going to see some great people the next little while. A good friend of mine, Michelle Cameron's going to address this audience. You guys, again, endless examples. Ashley Richard, the MC here, young woman, working across the country, running her own consulting practice, interacting with, man, you guys, we are the bomb. You are the bomb, right? That's why we say you're our future, because you're our freaking future. And I got to tell you, I need to make sure you're strong and doing good stuff because you got to take care of me when I'm old, right? Quickly going to zip through. I'm just noticing the time, folks. Oh my goodness, why is this not advancing? I don't know why it's not advancing. Can someone help me advance something here? Hey guys, this thing's frozen. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Always come prepared. That's the other thing. You should be like Boy Scouts. So having said that, folks, I wanted just to touch on a few other things, right? We heard this morning. We've heard it before. The guest speaker, Superman, said this at lunch hour. You guys, in life, you've got to know where you're going. You've got to have a plan. If you pursue business activities, you've got to have a plan. Strategic plan, business plan, a plan of some type. This is vital for your success, right? You've got to do lots of thinking to be an entrepreneur. I wished I could grab a little bit more screen. Having said that, I wanted to show you the elements of an economic strategy. I'm not going to belabor that too much. Even identifying opportunities. You know, your ability to go out into the world and really sort of embrace and see opportunity and realize on it, all those things are absolutely, right in front of you folks. And I got to tell you, there's lots of people who want to help you succeed at this. Okay? For the young people here in Norway House, we've got a little advantage today because you're around a team of economic development folks. They have specialized programs to nurture entrepreneurship and community members growing small business, right? So we've got to think about us as entrepreneurs and small business people. We've got to think about sometimes being a collective and having our community-owned operate businesses because they're beyond any individual's ability. Holy smokes, we got it working again. All right, I don't know where I left off. There we go. Okay, need a plan, got to succeed. Okay, all that kind of good stuff. Economic strategies, right? So what we're looking at when Norway House created its economic development strategy, we wanted to look at these kinds of aspects, right? This is what we're looking at as we try to close in on that sort of nation building and governance piece. We're looking at community development, wealth creation, and the capacity building of our people in our community, right? Those are key features. I'm so sorry. This poor man's trying to take a picture of me. I keep walking around. I'm pretty sure he's going to huck coffee at me here in a minute. He's like, stop moving around so much. I want to actually show you the Norway House Cree Nation's economic strategy. There it is. Well, there's way more to it than that, but there's the snapshot of it. Remember the 5 pillars that were referenced this morning? What came out of that strategy? So again, you've got to be well thought out. So in your communities, you've got to encourage the community to put more investment into economic activity, to ensure that there's an economic plan to take you forward, that it includes you. It includes the youth. It should be focused on the youth in many ways. We've got to create value systems. What are important to us? Because when I create investment matrices for communities and so on, I need to understand what makes them tick. Do they not care about jobs? That's fine, right? Do they just care about money? Fine. Let's look at that. Right? I have a huge corporate finance department who can take you to all kinds of businesses to acquire and all kinds of succession. But the simple reality, of course, folks, is you've got to have that plan. You've got to establish values in your life. What's important to you? What will you not get into? Chief Anderson talked this morning about people, and this is a terrible thing. I worked in the prison system. I did volunteer work in corrections because this is what I felt years ago. We had a bunch of young men incarcerated in our correctional facilities, and why were they there? And this is when I linked them together with entrepreneurship. So I took junior achievement into the prison system. It was a hoot. We have natural entrepreneurship. Even our gangsters are entrepreneurs. They're in the wrong product, but they understand business extremely well. Marketing, accounts receivable, you name it. They may not call it that, but trust me, they understand it. So time and time again, I'm convinced we are at the cusp of or about to begin this incredible journey down this path where we become so much more embedded in the overall economy. And we've got to just simply start to continue to reinforce this conversation. We gotta teach it in our school systems. Young people, go back to your schools and say, can we learn about business if you're not already? It's got to start happening at that level. We've got to be able to do some things in the summertime. Self-employment may be the only employment you guys are faced with as you get older. If you remain in your community, you don't have other bigger opportunities for jobs, creating your own job may be the job, right? So you've got to be able to really kind of encourage this in your community. Say to your leadership and others, guys, don't forget about us. Let's think about business. Let's think about getting in the economy. Let's think this through. Let's create a plan. Let's get committed. Let's have someone champion this, right? Because we've got to change our future. We've got to even create the right structures in our communities to be able to do this better. We've got to reach out and rely on neat people. Look at the guys who were up here on the stage here earlier today. You got two incredible business minds that just spoke about the MBA program. You got people who are clearly near and dear now to Norway House. I think Bruno's going to take a call. He's going to help answer a question. I think if the chief of council says, hey, Bruno, what are your thoughts on supply chain relative to Norway House? I think he's going to go, hey, I want to help. You got great things happening. That foundation's being built. So we need to make sure we have the right people in the right jobs. We need to make sure we draw on experts, external experts and others. Look for partners and all kinds of folks, okay? You know, come to me with a good idea. Come to me with a professional services idea, and I'll see if we can't become a partner in something, all right? Because I'm always looking to expand our opportunity, and I see my opportunity. It's right in front of me right now. It's the same in every community I travel to across the land. The opportunities are bound for us, guys. We're just getting warmed up. We're just getting ready to grab hold of it all, folks. So make sure your team, your capacity, all that stuff is there. Pursue these educational opportunities. Gain some extra knowledge. Reach out to our leaders and ask them questions. Call people. Do you know how many First Nations folks are in amazing places in life? I'm always impressed. I get a chance to be in rooms and see all kinds of amazing people that give me a constant state of enthusiasm. Because as you can see, I'm kind of a wound-up guy, right? And so I just believe the future is ours, and I believe that you're an important part of it, and our participation in the economy is what's going to get us there. Boys and girls, men, women, kids of all ages, I just had such a great time being here today with you. I wish we could just do this all day long. I wish we could break out and build an actual business plan right now. I wish we could do all those things. But you know what? Not this time around. Next year, though, maybe we'll have a chance to try out a few other little odds and sods around entrepreneurship and learning about the economy. So with that, I'm Rob Campbell, proud member of the Norway House Cree Nation. Thank you so much. Be safe, you guys. Okay? Thank you, Ashley. So no sweaty. I was jumping around too much. It's kind of warm here, though. All right.
Thank you. One more round of applause for Rob.
Hey, okay, Ashley, take care. We gotta sneak out of here, folks. So we're on our way. Peace out.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, what are we gonna? You and I, we're gonna do that thing that's. Hey, do you guys for Superman? Did you guys like that exercise when you were spending time interacting with each other? It's kind of awkward, but it's a great thing. I love Superman and what he had to say because it's good to have interpersonal skills. We should know each other, be able to communicate and talk to each other. Because again, we're still kind of shy. Look at people. Look at people. We're great. They're great people. Look how cute all these three are. I like looking at them. Okay, go, Jimmy.
This guy makes me nervous. I never know what he's going to do.
I was going to grab you and give you a big kiss is what I was going to do.
All right. So, Rob Campbell, on behalf of the Economic Development Department of Norway House Cree Nation, we want to thank you so much for all you brought to the conference, not only this presentation, but also emceeing this morning. And thank you so much for the great work that you're doing for our communities.
Okay. Whoa, super. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Lovely. I'm going to take my notes and bid you all adieu. Take care. Take care. Okay. Adios, guys. Take care, Jimmy. We'll talk to you later. Yep. All right. Super duper.
Okay. The draw. The draws? Okay. Okay, so before we do our regular conference draw, we have a special draw that's presented by Community Futures North Central Development and the IWE program at the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association. I'm going to grab the prize. So there's two prizes. The first prize is this beautiful mug, and what's also inside the box with this mug is a $25 gift card to Walmart. And the second prize that's going to a second lucky winner is a $25 gift card to Walmart. So the winner of the mug and the gift card is Sunshine Sinclair from Easterville, Manitoba. Sunshine. Is Sunshine here? Does anyone know? Okay, sounds good. Okay, so for the $25 Walmart gift card, Angel Albert from Norway House Cree Nation. Angel Albert. That's not Angel. Does anybody know where Angel Albert is? We're going to call Angel because there is a phone number on here. Okay, we'll just hold on to it. Okay, and now we're ready for our regular conference draw. So the tickets are making their way up to the stage. So our first prize is a backpack. So the winner of the next backpack is 426188. 426188. Congratulations. Next prize is another backpack. The winner of the second backpack is 426282. 426282. Is that you there? Congratulations. So our third prize is a orange Wasak sweater. Winner of the orange Wasak Jets sweater is 426183. 426183. Amazing, congratulations. The next prize is a Galaxy tablet. A Galaxy tablet. Winner of the Galaxy tablet, 426179. 426179, congratulations. And our final prize for this round is a speaker, a Bose speaker. Winner of the Bose speaker, 426271. 426271. Over here? Awesome, congratulations.
Alrighty, good job.
Okay, remember to keep filling out those forms and hand them back to our volunteers that are going to be circulating the tables during the presentation. So really excited to introduce our next speaker, Holly Kershane. So as the CEO of ITM, Indigenous Tourism Manitoba, Holly is tasked with leading the growth and development of the Indigenous tourism industry in Manitoba. In collaboration with TMB and ITAC, Holly will lead the implementation of the Manitoba Indigenous Tourism Strategy, which focuses on the development of sustainable, market-ready, and export-ready Indigenous tourism products, as well as increasing the demand for Manitoba's Indigenous tourism experiences. Holly was born and raised in Peguis First Nation, where she owned and operated multiple successful businesses. She understands the barriers and complexities of owning a business, both on and off reserve, and brings that first-hand knowledge to tourism operators in Manitoba. Please give a warm and friendly welcome to Holly.
So I'm supposed to have a USB up here somewhere? Or my presentation? Oh, there we go. How do I know if it's on the screen?
Can somebody help us with the PowerPoint, please? We just need to get rid of this one and put hers up. No, I work on a couple grant projects for Asper, and then I just do like consulting projects. Yeah. Mostly in Indigenous strategy, so my biggest one right now is in manufacturing, and then a lot of work in Indigenous entrepreneurship. That is how I can, Is it working?
So, then it's waiting. Gotta do some waiting. There we go.
And
Are you seeing that, Adam? Okay.
Okay, a warm welcome again to Holly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm here today to talk about Indigenous tourism in Manitoba. It's a fairly new industry for Manitoba. We haven't really had Indigenous tourism here the past few years. So I'm here to talk about some of the work that we've been doing to increase the knowledge of Indigenous tourism, especially to our communities. So that's some of what we're doing today, is just increasing that awareness and letting you know what Indigenous tourism is and what we're doing as a new nonprofit association. So Indigenous Tourism Manitoba exists to support the Indigenous tourism industry in Manitoba by providing leadership, sharing of stories, and providing the support to strengthen the Indigenous tourism economy in Manitoba. We align with the mandates of Travel Manitoba, which is a provincial or crown corporation, and they represent showcasing Manitoba to the world and trying to bring people here to have the unique experiences that Manitoba offers. We also have another partner on a national level, which is the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. And they have, their mandate is to help support the development of Indigenous tourism across the country. So with their help, they've helped support the development of this new organization. We have a message from the chair of our board, which I'm going to introduce in the next few slides here. I'm not going to show all of the slides or go into too much detail, So I'm actually just going to skip these 2 slides because it kind of overlaps. Okay, so about Indigenous Tourism Manitoba. Manitoba is home to 63 First Nation communities and is the birthplace of the Métis Nation of Canada. More than 237,000 First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples live in Manitoba, accounting for 18.1% of the total population of the province. Manitoba has the highest population of Indigenous people throughout Canada. Indigenous tourism has been of growing interest here in Manitoba and has the potential to change perspectives as well as preserve culture, language, and traditions. Indigenous tourism provides an opportunity to improve the socio-economic environment for Indigenous communities. Manitoba's diverse landscapes and Indigenous cultures lay the foundation to create and enhance unique world-class experiences and can aid in meeting visitor demands to Canada. I just received a guided tour by one of your band members, Sunny, and he got to show me around for a few hours before coming up here today, and I can tell you I was blown away with the scenery and everything that Norway House here has to offer that I think a lot of people would be interested to come and visit, learn about the history, check out the unique experiences. So I just want to thank Sunny for showing me your beautiful community up here. And as Ashley mentioned, oh, I jumped ahead too fast here. As Ashley mentioned, my name is Holly Kershane. I'm from Peguis First Nation. So I had quite the drive here. It took me about 8 hours to get here. And I'm the CEO of Indigenous Tourism Manitoba. Previous to becoming the CEO, I was actually the product development coordinator for the national organization, the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. And my main role was to help develop these, what they call products, but they're more like Indigenous experiences. You'd be surprised to learn, which I was when I first started discovering Indigenous tourism and learning about it, was that there's a lot of people who are not from Canada that when they come here, they want to have these authentic Indigenous experiences. And authentic means that the experiences are owned by the communities, owned by the First Nation and Indigenous people. So I have a little bit of experience developing my own businesses. Previously, I was a concession stand owner when I was a few years back. When I first started out, wanting to be an entrepreneur, and I owned a concession stand, and I called it Nietzsche Treats. And I traveled around to the powwows and sold bannock burgers and Indian tacos, and I think we call it First Nation tacos now. But I have an entrepreneurship spirit, and now my passion is in helping entrepreneurs start their own businesses, now in the field of tourism. I think that tourism can help create economic development for our people and our communities. Dave Daly, he's a Métis man, and he lives in Churchill, and he owns a dog sledding business called Wapusk Adventures, and it's an award-winning Indigenous tourism experience. So in the next slide, I'm going to show a video of some of the Indigenous experiences that are happening in Churchill, and it just gives you an idea of exactly what Indigenous tourism looks like. And I hope the video works. Did it show up on the screen?
Churchill's known for bears, belugas, birds, but there is a lot of rich history here with the Dene, the Cree, and the Inuits.
Should we rewind it?
Churchill's known for bears, belugas, birds, but there is a lot of rich history here with the Dene, the Cree, and the Inuits.
A lot of people come for the wildlife and then realize the history once they get here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah. Good. It's still not
Churchill's known for bears, belugas, birds, but there is a lot of rich history here with the Dene, the Cree, and the Inuits.
A lot of people come for the wildlife and then realize the history once they get here. There is the accessibility to that history and for us to share. What we have here is a pre-Dorset tent ring. This site is dated back 3,500 years ago.
You know, the philosophies of our culture is to respect the land. We never take more than we need, and we always use what we take. We're a lot more aware of our footprint.
We do a real cultural experience, and we share because Indigenous culture is sharing, so we share the way that our relationship with animals and with the land, and especially with our dogs. Churchill's pretty unique. You won't see this in any other part of the world.
Everybody just comes to Churchill and has a good time, and it's us sharing our experiences. A lot of time we start out with telling you the knowledge of the polar bears or the belugas, and then we get into stories, and storytelling is sort of what we do. So stories are how we share as well, and we tie that into our tours of just things that our generations have done.
So it was right here.
Right there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that video was some Indigenous operators who live in Churchill, and they're operating their own tourism businesses. So there's a lot of people who visit Churchill from other countries, even within Canada. And a lot of these people grew up and they're telling the history of the land. They're telling their story as an Indigenous person. So I really wanted to show that and just give an example of what that community is doing to bring tourism. And you know that can happen here as well, or in any community. You know, there's a huge demand for people wanting to hear our history and the stories that go with that. And that was Dave, our chair of our board. Another board member we have is Sky Bridges. He's the CEO of the Winnipeg Foundation, and he was previously the CEO of Appetagen. Edna Nebes, she's originally from Cormorant and is a proud member of the Matthias Kalam Cree Nation. She owns a few shops. One of them is Creations in Winnipeg. She's another operator of ours. Lee Sinclair, she's also from the north. She is the director of operations for Opaskwayak Development Corporation. She's also in the process of developing her own culture camp where she wants to take people out to learn about the plants and the animals and the trees and the medicine, and doing those teachings out at her family's camp. So Indigenous tourism is reconciliation in action. As the country continues to mourn the children lost to residential schools and struggles to find ways to support reconciliation, Indigenous tourism plays a vital role in educating and sharing Indigenous culture. Experiencing Indigenous tourism firsthand is an important way for non-Indigenous Canadians to gain new perspectives. It helps them to connect to the land's traditions and Indigenous people's way of life and to better understand the history of Canada while also having a positive impact on Indigenous economic growth. Investing in Indigenous tourism demonstrates reconciliation in action by creating and expanding tourism economic development projects with Indigenous nations while supporting self-determination for Indigenous businesses. And authenticity is at the heart of Indigenous tourism. So what authenticity means is that we need to make sure that these experiences that are being offered are by Indigenous people, for Indigenous people. It has to benefit the Indigenous people. What we don't want is someone who's non-Indigenous to create a business that highlights the history and the culture. So that's what authenticity means, that the ownership of these experiences have to be Indigenous owned. We just have some quotes here from the CEO of Travel Manitoba and the CEO of Keith Henry. These are who I mentioned earlier, that they support Indigenous tourism. They are partners of Indigenous Tourism Manitoba, and they actually helped us develop ourselves as an organization. So Indigenous tourism experiences supply. What this means is that how many Indigenous tourism businesses do we have in Manitoba? And you can see the growth over the last few years. So a few years ago, 2019, we had done an inventory. We had 81 Indigenous experiences. As the years went by, it's becoming more, it's growing because people are becoming more aware of Indigenous tourism being a viable business. So you can see that in 2019, we had 81 experiences. And in October 2022, we had 147 experiences. I need to update this chart, but now we have 170 experiences. So that means that we've more than doubled the amount of Indigenous experiences that we have here in Manitoba in just a few short years. So the supply is growing, the demand is growing. These businesses are developing their capacity, especially when it comes to their knowledge about being involved in the travel trade and making those connections and introducing these businesses to the travel trade. There's various levels of readiness when it comes to the travel trade that you could see at the bottom. There's doors open, visitor ready, market ready, and export ready. What we do as an organization is we really try to get these businesses to the market and or export ready levels. That means that they can be marketed on a domestic level For example, by Travel Manitoba, if you go to their website and you want your business listed or highlighted or advertised by Travel Manitoba, you have to be market ready. Export ready is worldwide. So if there's a company in Germany looking for these Indigenous experiences and wanting to come to Manitoba for that, you have to be export ready, which means to offer your Indigenous experience on a worldwide level. And I'm not going to go over this. This is just some studies that have been done just talking about the industry itself and how it's growing. And here's the vision of Indigenous Tourism Manitoba, is to have a prosperous Indigenous tourism industry across Manitoba, providing authentic, unique, and engaging experiences. And our mission is telling our stories to grow the Indigenous tourism industry. I'm going to show another video because I think it's important to just show a variation of what Indigenous experiences look like. And one of these experiences that I'm going to show is the National Indigenous Residential School Museum. I'm actually going to skip Borealis Beating. I know you guys are short on time here, so I don't want to take up too much time. So, oh, this is so finicky.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Oh.
So it's there. And there's right there.
Wait, I can't see Adam. I gotta switch to the thing. This one?
Yeah. They're like buffering.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do a quick Wi-Fi change. Come on. Yeah, it's not showing up yet.
My name is Lorraine Daniels. I'm a residential school survivor. This was a former Portage Indian residential school. It housed students from up north as well as the southern part of Manitoba and other First Nation children from across Canada. And now it's a designated National Historic Site. This building, the museum itself, is, you know, it's walking through the truth, the painful past. Before the residential schools came about, we had a thriving and vibrant communities. So now we continue to add more artifacts and pictures and just different donations of artifacts from various individuals. I think it's important to share because of the dark history of the residential schools, the trauma that the children had endured.
So this area here is dedicated to the children that suffered at the hands of the people that ran residential schools.
Even though this building did represent a painful past, there is hope. It was once a place of hurting, so now it's a place of healing. This place is a place where people can come and just to be aware of what has happened in the past and to move forward, and that we're all human. We can walk through this path together. There's a light at the end where that we'll all learn from this and We all work together.
First, but I won't talk too long.
On this dark chapter of Canadian history and the residential school system in Canada, we have connected with Nancy Dyson Rubenstein and
YouTube link, it's just like
So like this?
I don't know if it's gonna show, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
So where's this? I need the slideshow.
From current slide. Right there.
Okay, I'm just going to briefly go over this section here. So we have some goals and initiatives set out as a brand new organization. And our strategic goals are number 1, leadership and collaboration. Number 2, experience development, continuing to aid these communities and these potential operators and existing operators further into becoming more involved with the travel trade and just spreading that awareness about Indigenous tourism, what it is, the benefits of it, and navigating that. Marketing, we are in the development of a brand new website where we're going to have an interactive map of our market and export ready experiences so that visitors from outside the province or even within the province can check out our website to see where these Indigenous experiences are taking place. And then our 4th goal is the further development of the organization. As I mentioned, we're fairly new. And I'm not going to go into any further explanation than that. But I did want to show, I hope it works, but this is not the, I wonder if I should show this one. I actually just want to show the history. So here's our new logo that was just designed the end of last year. So as you've seen in the other videos, we had the Adventure to Understanding old logo, which was like these 7 birds coming together. But we did a little bit of a study, and that logo didn't really resonate with our operators or people who are looking for these experiences. So we did a whole new redevelopment, and here's our new logo, and the key elements are, the animals, the circle, the hoop, the fancy shawl dancer celebration, and our representing our festivals and events. The land base, we got the trees and the fish and the bird, and then the drum, represents the culture and tradition, and the teepee represents the history. So I am going to show this one last video. This is near the end of my presentation here. And this just kind of explains where we started, where we're at, and where we're heading. Is it going to work? Well, I don't think it's going to work. The last one was, oh, here we go.
Authentic Indigenous tourism experiences bring a better understanding about who we are as Indigenous people. That sense of understanding is what is going to contribute to reconciliation. Those visitors, whether it be from, the next town over or across the world, they're going to walk away with a better understanding of who that person is as an Indigenous person.
I'm David Daly. I'm what we call a Churchillian, born and raised in Churchill. I've been here for 60 years. Quite a few years ago, the Travel Manitoba came to me and we started the Indigenous Tourism Advisory Committee for the province of Manitoba. And that's led into ITM now, which is Indigenous Tourism Manitoba.
Our strategy on our end was to really help see how we could encourage destination partners like Manitoba to co-invest with us.
In 2017, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. This one is unique from the perspective that there is a lot of history. There's a lot of positives that will come out of this. Economic growth happens to be one of them. And of course, education and understanding are the big ones.
What we originally, when we put together the MOU and we started to build a specific Manitoba Indigenous tourism strategy, I think there was a really genuine interest to realize that Manitoba's an amazing Indigenous location with lots of strong, vibrant Indigenous culture, language, many things that could be shared to the world. And for us, that was like hitting a home run.
ITAC and Travel Manitoba have been instrumental in the birth of Indigenous Tourism Manitoba. So we've been using the Manitoba Indigenous Tourism Strategy as a guide to continue to grow the industry here in Manitoba. We've been on track with the strategy, and you can definitely see the results. And the most important result is the growth of our market and export-ready businesses that we have here in the province. We've seen almost 100% growth.
And today, the results speak for themselves. You know, we have a number of new Indigenous tourism businesses being formed, new development work being done, new marketing, and now, you know, obviously hosting the 10th International Indigenous Tourism, largest international Indigenous tourism conference in Winnipeg. I would say strongly that the results speak for themselves in terms of how it's not only taken our money and leveraged it amongst each other, but how we've grown the investment in Indigenous tourism throughout Manitoba.
And that's why I think ITM is moving ahead at a really fast rate. And it's not only our province, it's provinces across Canada are getting, you know, we're getting organized, and we can be an example for some of those provinces or territories that aren't quite there yet.
Indigenous tourism is a real game changer for the tourism industry here in the province. It will be a game changer from an education perspective. We get a better understanding of the products, the history. You know, we've got the largest population of Indigenous people per capita in Manitoba. Manitoba should be the center of Indigenous tourism. And it's going to take us a while to get there, but we will get there. These opportunities are quite vast, and this product can't be delivered unless it's being delivered by Indigenous people, and that is the adventure to understanding. And we fundamentally believe that tourism can be a tremendous pathway to reconciliation.
And that's it. I don't think I've said Indigenous tourism more times than I have in the past half an hour. And hopefully you learned a little bit more about Indigenous tourism here in the province. I just want to thank you for having me come out. One of our mandates is to spread awareness and just, you know, get that awareness going and let people know about what we're doing as an organization. Also that people are looking for these experiences, and maybe, just maybe, you'll start a business of your own one day, or maybe you'll be a guide. But I just want to thank you for having me here today.
Okay, hello, thank you, Holly. So on behalf of the Norway House Economic Development Department, we want to thank you for joining us. And we have a small token of appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Okay, I just need my USB from there. Oh, yes, yeah. I'll open it. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Holly, for sharing those, so much about ITM, and the videos that you shared were so beautiful. Of course, if we had more time, I see there was tons more detail that we could have gotten into. Please go chat with Holly if you'd like to learn more about what tourism can possibly do for you and your current or future businesses. So we're going to do the draw right now. So just waiting for the tickets. They're on the way. And as we're doing the draw, we're going to set up for our final presenter of the day, who's joining us virtually. So our first prize is a Fitbit.
Yeah, this first prize is Fitbit Looks Black with
2x charging cable bundle. So this is our first prize. So without further ado, we're going to read who is going to be the winner of the Fitbit. So look at your tickets. We have a couple more that we're going to do. So eyes on the ticket.
Okay, so for the Fitbit, 426-255. 426-255. Congratulations.
All right, and it looks like we have some people here that want to continue to add. So you have a short window. Continue to submit your surveys, get your tickets, and we're going to keep cycling them in as we go through. So first winner. Oh, there you go. Congratulations. All right. So Michael Muniz, if we can help you get, if you can come help us get set up. Michael Muniz and Austin Appetagen, let's help get set up for our next speaker. The next prize here is wireless headphones.
More Beats. Wireless Beats headphones. 426-296. 426-296.
All right, there she is. Give her a hand, everybody.
Awesome. And our next prize is a badminton set, tennis rackets. We'll find out.
Yeah, it is certainly one of those two things.
It's a mystery prize.
Badminton racket set.
Badminton,
right.
Awesome.
Badminton racket set. For unlimited playtime hours with you and your family. This is High Realty Badminton set brand. Made in China, it says.
426-252.
426-252. 426-252. Anybody got it? Do we need to redraw? 426-252. All right, going once. Going twice. 426-252. Anybody? All right, let's go for another ticket here.
Okay.
For the badminton racket set.
426-293.
426-293. Who's got it? Hey. Over here.
Got
all right.
it.
Let's give them a
Awesome.
hand.
And our final prize for this draw is...
It is a Ruco Fly Safe as Ever drone. A Ruco brand drone with 4K Wi-Fi camera, a brushless motor, long remote control range, and auto return home, so it never gets lost.
426-254.
Oh, right on. There you go. That's what we want.
Yay.
That's the kind of reaction we're looking for. Give her a hand, everybody.
I was just leaving them there, yeah.
She there?
You ready? Okay, so we're just waiting for our next speaker to join us virtually. So this is our final presentation of the day, and then we'll go into some closing remarks and then dinner, and of course our exciting concert this evening. So Marlene Gogol is the Director of Partnership and Strategic Development for Workplace Education Manitoba, or WEM for short. As an advocate for developing a skilled workforce for more than 15 years, she's worked on countless community and workplace initiatives to help prepare individuals with the skills for success they need to attain their workplace goals. Marlene's primary office is in Flin Flon, Manitoba, and she has worked extensively throughout the north, but works to establish partnerships throughout the province through which individuals can recognize and develop their skills. Is it working? We're just having a couple technical difficulties connecting to the virtual stream. So I'll tell you a story, I guess. I'll tell you the story of how I got here. So I'm very humbled and honored to have been invited to MC this conference by the amazing conference coordinator, Chloe McCorrister. And I actually met Chloe a number of years ago, back when I was working for the Treaty Relations Commission of Manitoba and Chloe was working for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. We actually did a huge caravan with 30, 40, 50 cars of Indigenous folks leaving Winnipeg, driving all the way through Northern Ontario, down into Niagara Falls for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, for the Assembly of First Nations annual general meeting. That was a wild trip. And I think it took us 2-3 days to complete the drive to get down there. And we were all supporting the former Grand Chief at the time who was doing a presentation on abolishing the Indian Act. So I think actually that was that many years ago, I think it was 2016, that I actually saw Chloe in person. So I was really excited to see her name pop up in my inbox and to be invited here to spend all this time with the conference. So as I said, the drive was about 3 days, and honestly, I was driving my cousin's truck, and not even 10 minutes into the trip, hadn't even left the perimeter of the city, I accidentally sort of crashed his truck. Luckily, it was still drivable, but yeah, made it 2 seconds into the trip, scratched up the whole side of the truck, did a bunch of damage. It was still drivable, and I was the only person on the caravan who was available to drive the truck, so he couldn't tell me to get out and switch the driver, so I had to keep going. And I was also in charge of driving the entire trailer all the way to Niagara Falls. So before we had even left, nobody had any confidence in my driving skills because I messed up so bad before we left the city. And actually, my uncle, who actually owns the truck, every time I see him to this day, he'll still be like, "So Ashley, what's up? You still driving?" So I'm never going to live that down. But the importance of that caravan was spreading the word of the treaties. So I'm sure some of you have heard, for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. That's the treaty relationship that we have here in Manitoba and across the Canada. And really, it's integral to truth and reconciliation and moving forward. And conferences like these, where we can bring people of different backgrounds together, different organizations, different communities, and even the local band members here in Norway House, to not only learn from one another, but to just connect and establish those relationships going forward. This is the future. As a lot of the speakers have said today, youth and young people are the future. I think it was actually Rob who stood up on stage and enthusiastically yelled that for the room to hear. And it's places like these where we want to create the platform for you to one day, be the executive director or the director of Indigenous tourism, the director at MMP. Those opportunities are yours to take next, and it's an honor to see your faces. And I'll probably catch you in 10, 15 years, being either my boss or at a position that's equivalent of mine. I think Jimmy is still on the phone getting some of these technical difficulties sorted out. Geez, I only thought of one story to tell. What else can I talk about? I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, where you'll catch me not in my gym clothes. So I am in my yoga pants, but that's only because our plane was about 45 minutes late and I didn't have any time to change. I just rushed here from the airport and basically got the script and ran up on stage. I think that this conference is fairly casual, but I think as an MC, I'm a little too casual. So I'm really excited to continue to shop at the marketplace. Has anybody been playing the passport game? Nice, nice. A few hands. If you haven't gotten your passport game, make sure you pass by the info desk just at the back and go chat with some of the awesome vendors. Sign up or ask for more information about the Youth Talent Showcase if you haven't done that already. We're good. And also ask for more information about the Wolves Den pitch. So has anybody gotten the opportunity to watch the show Bears Lair on APTN? Bears Lair. So Bears Lair is similar to Dragon's Den, so it's an Indigenous pitch competition for Indigenous entrepreneurs to pitch their businesses with the hopes of investment and winning a cash prize at the end of it. So that's exactly what's going to happen here, I believe, on day 3. So if you want to pitch your business, the grand prize is $1,000, and I believe there's 5 or 6 prizes, and they work their way down incrementally from there. I think that we've gotten this sorted out, and we have our next speaker joining us.
Can you say something, Marlene?
You're good? We're good. I think we just need a visual on the screen so that everyone can see Marlene. Let's give a warm round of applause for Marlene, who's joining us virtually.
Am I up on the screen, everyone?
Are we good? Okay, I think we're good.
We're good?
Do we need to put into presenter view or anything? Also, do we need to put a presenter view or anything?
No, I think she's in presenter view.
That's good. Okay. All right, Marlene, you're good to go.
Good. Can you guys just tell me what you see right now?
We see you and the slide behind you.
Oh, look at me using technology. It's one of my essential skills because I've never embedded myself in a presentation like this before. I had to learn something new today. So I'm going to begin then. I first of all, I want to just say thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. It's a great honor to be joining you, even though it is virtually. Ideally, I'd be there in person, but I couldn't be today. But I really appreciate everyone being flexible and making this happen virtually. I'm going to ask, how many people are joining us today? Have we got a large group of folks there today? I can't see anyone, so I'm just going to ask for a bit of eyes.
Yeah, it's a good turnout. Well, so I guess I'll just answer. Yeah, you're just asking about the size. How many people here? Yeah, because you can't see because of our other computer. I'll just turn it so you can sort of see. This is the crowd. That's the crowd you're speaking to.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, everybody wave. Yeah. Yeah. Say hi, Marlene.
Yay! There we go. Thank you. Hi.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
That's our group.
You know what? So I'm going to get right into it. Am I the last speaker today?
You're the last one. Yep. Here, I'll put it this way so that you can still see who you're speaking with.
Awesome. Okay. So it's been probably a long day for everybody. So, okay. Here we go, everyone. Thank you, Jimmy. So I want to begin by, oh, you know what? Let's just make this happen here. Acknowledging that we're all joining here from Treaty 5 territory. I'm joining you from today. And of course, you know, here in Manitoba, we are located in the treaty territories of many First Nations people, and also the homeland of the Red River Métis, and also ancestral lands of the Inuit. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that and also just express my commitment, as well as a commitment of Workplace Education Manitoba, to the spirit and the intent of the treaties. And that is extremely important to us. I guess what I want to say is that's not just words on paper for us. We want to ensure that we make that commitment every day. So I'm joining you on behalf of Workplace Education Manitoba today. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about WEM, and then we're going to get into our topic around talking about what skills for success are in terms of entrepreneurship, leadership, and economic development for your community. So Workplace Education Manitoba is a leader here in Manitoba for delivering essential skills or skills for success solutions. And of course, our hope is that we're able to deliver that support to everyone throughout our province, whether we're in urban centers, communities, we should have all access to that support. So that's really our goal. Now, having said that, I know that I've worked closely with Jimmy, and I've worked with Catherine Saunders there in your community, and I believe Ryan Quisacapo is there as well. And so we've been working with the community of Norway to ensure that this happens in a meaningful way, that everybody has access to the support they need to develop the skills they want so they can reach their goals. We've had some incredible success in Norway House just recently with 45 graduates from a program there, which is just phenomenal. So these are the skills that we focus on. They're called Skills for Success, and they're foundational to all the work that we do. No matter what type of job that is, we use them in different combinations in different ways, but we all use them for the work that we do. And we also use them in life. We use them all the time. And we don't use them in isolation. We use them all together to accomplish whatever it is that we're trying to work towards in that moment. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what they are, because what they are, and then we're going to talk about how we're going to start with adaptability. So when we're adaptive, we're learning new skills, we're coping with change, and we're being very persistent and resilient. We're not giving up. When we use our skill of collaboration, we're working with others. And sometimes that's from very diverse backgrounds, from different cultures. Sometimes it's coworkers, it's family members, it's people outside of our organizations, and sometimes it's in difficult situations as well. We don't always see things similarly. Communication, and we use communication whether it's verbal or nonverbal, written, and verbal, digital, on paper. We use communication to try and understand, listen to, and share information with others. Did have phones with lots, right? And here we are using digital. So we use digital technology. We use it to solve problems, tasks, to find information, to share information with others. So information, the right information that we need for the right situation, to find solutions and help us make the best decision in the situations that we're in. We also use creativity and innovation at work, right? And so that's the way, how we come up with new and innovative, different ways to solve problems and to accomplish outcomes. We also use writing. So we use that to share information and ideas, and we do it with our words, but we also do it through images and through symbols. We use numeracy. How many people out there are like, oh no, math? How many people are like, oh, I'm not good at math, or I don't use math, I don't need to use math? How many people out there feel that sometimes? The reality is we use numbers all the time in everything that we do. We use numbers today when we were looking at time, for example. So we use math information in different formats in everything that we do. And we use reading. And we use it to find information, to use information. We find it in words, symbols, and images as well. It's very slow. Okay, so those are the 9 skills for success. The other thing that we really need to be successful in work is our personal management basics. So these are those attitudes and behaviors and habits that we need need to be successful in every workplace, and they're critically important to those of us who choose to be self-employed, to be our own bosses. We need to have a good understanding of what responsible behavior is, what a for someone else or whether we're working for ourselves. So we might ask, why are they important? What's the big deal about these skills? They help us to perform work tasks. They help us to do the things that we need to do at work every day. And they're foundational to building other skills. So I like to think about this as building a house, right? If you don't have a really strong foundation, it's very hard to build a strong, stable house with many stories, right?
Just ignore.
Important. They help us adapt to change. So did you say something?
Yeah, sorry. You're noticing us on the screen, just ignore.
Okay, I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Adapting to change. So the workplace is a place that's not static. It's change time.
I'm trying to close down this.
You're good, Jimmy? So skills for success are helping us adapt to change as well. Okay. So you might wonder, how do we acquire these skills? Where do we get them? Where do we get these skills, attitudes, behaviors, and habits? And we get them from a lot of different places, right? We get them through the interactions that we have in our community, in our family, by being on teams, through school and training opportunities. We also get them through things like volunteering or participating in traditional activities in our community. So we recognize that people come to every situation with a lot of different skills. And they aren't all developed through formal learning. A lot of them are the informal learning that we do in our families and our communities, which, when we look at those and look at them through the lens of being skills, we realize we can use those in work as well.
No worries.
So let's look at a few examples.
Multiplexes is that one?
Could switch to mine, I guess. Yeah.
Switch back to yours.
People directly, their leaders, their managers, their board members, they're going to find alternate way information that they need. Use adaptability. If maybe they're asked to complete an urgent task by a manager, they might reprioritize some of their tasks to free up the time that they need to complete that in a more urgent way. And they may use digital technology. So they might use different software programs, such as email and spreadsheets and data management systems to be able to work through their work tasks. So this is a tradesperson. So maybe this is a carpenter or a plumber or an electrician, a heavy-duty mechanic. So these are some of the skills that they might use. They might use numeracy. They have to calculate the amounts of materials needed and the cost to complete jobs. They'll use communication to interact with suppliers and order materials or compare prices. They have to be adaptive because they're going to be adjusting their work plans, for example, when materials don't arrive on time. And they're also going to use digital technology. So they might use spreadsheets, for example, to calculate and to track costs of projects or send emails such as a quote to a customer. And these are some of the skills that an entrepreneur might use. So communication. So as an entrepreneur, it'd be very important to understand, what your customer needs and be able to also explain how your products could meet their needs. You have to be adaptable. As the marketplace changes, entrepreneurs also have to keep up with changing trends. You have to have the ability to collaborate. So if you're working with multiple suppliers or other businesses to complete a job on time and on budget, you're going to need to be able to collaborate with those individuals. You might use problem solving. For example, how to schedule multiple client appointment requests for the same day. It's like, what do I do? How do I fit all that great business in? And another one is innovation and creativity. As an entrepreneur, you're often finding, new ways to provide services or products for a client that might save them time and money, so they choose your business to work with. So those are just some examples of how we would use our skills. So one of the themes of the conference, I believe, is around economic development and leadership in economic development. And one of the skills that becomes incredibly important in leadership is adaptability. So I'm going to ask you guys to just bear with me for a moment, and I'm going to pull up just a really brief little video link here that tells us a little bit more about adaptability.
Hey, Marlene, are you trying to play a video?
I am, yes. Is it not working, Jim?
Yeah, it's not coming through. You might have to do
Oh, that's nice. I apologize. You guys are probably just watching me watching a video. Okay, hold on one moment. Sorry, I had assumed that it would go directly to the link. Did when I ran through it in draft here. You know what? Are you able to play it at your end, Jim?
Yeah, if you can send the link in the chat, then I could click on the link.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, can I just click on this? Weird. I didn't know I could do that.
Jimmy, brief little video. So maybe what we'll do is we'll just forgo it, because honestly, I'm a bit fearful that if I change my screen, we're not going to get back to where we need to be.
I think we have something. Is it the adaptability one?
It's an adaptability video.
Adaptability means being able to quickly adjust to new situations, and it is a skill that everyone can benefit from acquiring. The world is changing quickly, affecting how we work, live, and learn. Whether you're starting a new job, learning to use new technology, or need to develop different abilities to move up at your current job, possessing strong adaptability skills is important if you want to be successful. Skills for Success can help you develop your adaptability skills so you can continue to grow and succeed at work and in life. Visit our website for free online assessment tools and to learn where to find training to help you master the skills for success.
Okay, yeah, over back to you. Are you there? I think you're frozen, Marlene.
I am. Thank you for doing that. Okay, give me one moment. Okay. Really frozen in some awful way too, right? Okay, I'm going to pull my screen back up again. Bear with me, everyone.
Are you there, Marlene?
Can you hear me, Jimmy? I can now. Thank you.
Okay, I think you're back.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you see my screen again?
Can you say that again?
Can you say that again?
I was just seeing if you could see my screen again.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Should I just call her on the phone and put the audio through? Okay, I'm just gonna call you on the phone and we'll put the.
Okay, I'm just gonna call you on the phone and we'll put the audio through the phone.
Hello?
Okay. Okay, we have you on through the phone, Marlene.
Can you see my screen again, Jimmy?
No, we can't see your screen.
Okay. So you know what? We're just going to continue on without a visual then. How's that?
Good.
Okay. So you know what? Were you guys able to see that quick little video about adaptability?
Yep.
Yeah. Great. So the key to adaptability is the ability to change, right? It becomes incredibly important for us as workers, as entrepreneurs, as leaders. So I would like everybody to take a quick moment and cross your arms for me. I can't see you do it, but I'd like you to cross your arms. You have to be my eyes, Jimmy.
Yep, they're doing it.
Okay, so now I want everybody to cross their arms the other way.
Yeah, go ahead, they're doing it.
Awesome. So, how was that? Was it hard to cross your arms in a different way than you normally do?
People are shaking their head.
Yes, it is, right? Because typically we follow habits that we've developed over time. It's the way that we train our brains. So when we're being adaptive, it means that we have to think a little bit differently, try new things, maybe break some old habits or different ways of doing things, and practice new things. Adaptability is very much like that. Oh, I can see you guys now.
Yeah, I think we got a visual back.
Yes. Okay. So you know what? Let's just kind of wrap things up a little bit because I know this has been a little bit difficult, but let's talk for just a moment around what these skills for success mean for communities. So when you think about economic development, so when you have the skills for success that you need for the jobs that you want, it builds capacity within your community, which means that you as a person and your community as a whole can respond to opportunities that come along, but you can also create new opportunities, right? and you can adapt to changing circumstances. And what that results in is economic growth and prosperity for everyone. So skills for success, like that foundation of a house, become really important to building the future that you want as leaders and drivers of economic development in your community. So at that point, I'm just going to ask Jimmy if there's any questions that anyone has about skills for success.
Okay, any questions, anyone? No, I see a lot of people shaking their heads no.
Okay. Jimmy, if tomorrow, perhaps what I can do is ask you to share my contact information with everyone. That would be fantastic.
Yep.
Because Workplace Education Manitoba does provide support for groups of people or for individuals who want to develop their essential skills. And if I could ask you to share my contact information tomorrow with everyone, then really it's just a matter of giving me a call or sending me an email for us to explore how we can help people to get the skills that they want to achieve the goals that they have for themselves and their community.
Okay, sounds great.
Great. I want to thank you again. I'm sorry that there were so many interruptions today with technology. But again, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to speak to all of you. And I hope that I wasn't frozen in too many scary ways.
Awesome. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Marlene. It was really great to have you today.
Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Whew, okay. Everybody just do a big sigh. Breathe out. Thank you for being so patient. I know technical difficulties can be kind of confusing and frustrating. Believe me, it's just as confusing and frustrating for us up here trying to get everything going for you. Marlene was our last conference speaker for today and has generously offered her contact information for anybody who'd like to learn more about what WEM does for Manitobas. So before we wrap up here, a couple housekeeping items, and then we're going to invite up one of our very important gold sponsors, and then we'll go into a prayer before dinner. So dinner is going to be served here from 5 till 6 p.m., and following that is when we have the Superman performance right here on this stage with an opening act by your local talent, Humble Rumble. And I just want to thank you all for coming today and making today such a success, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and the day after. I also can't leave without saying thank you to all of the silver sponsors who made today possible. So we have Norway House Pharmacy, Norway House Health, TP Insurance, Duboff Edward Schachter, Sigvison North, Stantec, the Northwest Company, and Perimeter Aviation. And again, a big thank you to Youth Income Assistance Employment Strategy, the gold sponsor, or one of our gold sponsors, for being here today and providing staff and volunteers to help the day run smoothly. So I'm going to pass it over to Jim quickly to invite Ryan Kescacapo up to the stage. I apologize.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to do our prizes in just a little bit here as well. But yeah, Ryan Kescacapo, we want to give you a couple of minutes. It's if you look at your agendas here, the programs at the very end, you can see these are all of our sponsors. So we're thankful to each and every one of them. Under the gold, you have Norway House MKO, and the one missing there is Ryan Kescacapo's group. That is under the social assistance is the First Nations Youth Employment Strategy, and so we just want to apologize as the Director of Economic Development. Want to apologize that did not make it into the program. We are, without our valued sponsors, we would not be able to do events like this, and so. So for Ryan Kescacapo's group, we want to thank them very much, and again, just make that apology that it's not in our printed programs, but it's going to be listed everywhere. It's going to be online, social media, our thank you video, and all the places where logos are present. So just want to make that special apology to Ryan Keskikapo and the social division, First Nations Youth Employment Strategy, and also give him some time to chat, just to give some closing remarks. So while we're waiting for Ryan Keskikapo to make his way to the stage, we're going to do the draws. So we have, these are the last draws of the day, and so I'm going to invite, our team to come up to do the draw. So yeah, we're going to get our tickets up here, and we're going to do our first draw. What's our first item, Pratye? It is a backpack, bison backpack. Okay, so who's drawing the tickets for us here? All right, so our first ticket is 426355. 426355. Where are you? Okay, give her a hand, everybody. Fantastic. That's one of our youngest winners right there. Good work, good work. All right, I'll toss it back to Ashley here. Or, oh yeah, we'll just keep going. Well, go ahead.
So our next prize is another awesome badminton set. 426416. 426416. Okay, awesome. We have our winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You won badminton set.
That is a Adidas soccer ball.
Yep.
Adidas soccer ball. So the winner of the Adidas soccer ball is 426368.
426368. All right, there we go. We have a winner. The Adidas brand soccer ball. All right, so we're getting into the more expensive prizes here. So this is for a Movo Creators Wanted video kit for iPhone. Complete smartphone iVlogger set.
Cool. 426397.
426397. So this includes a VX R5 shotgun microphone, LED 30 light, extension bracket, phone clamp, tripod, 3.5mm TRRS cable, lightning cable, and micro USB cable. Do we have a winner somewhere? That's you. Congratulations. You are now an official iVlogger.
Congratulations.
All right, and last but not least, we have, this is our final prize for today, correct? Yes, confirmed that this is the final prize. It is the OttLight Wellness Series Reduces Glare and Eye Stream Clear Sun LED Technology Lamp.
Awesome. So the last winner of today is 426353.
Okay, there he is.
Yay.
Congratulations, you've won this new LED lamp.
And lastly, I'd like to invite Eileen Appetagen to the stage to close out our day in a prayer before we move into dinner.
Before I say grace and before I say the prayer for the closing of this day, I just want to thank all the youth that have come out to participate at this very important conference. It is very important to us to provide that opportunity to invite youth to a conference for guest speakers to come in and provide you with information that can help you to determine your future, because it is important in life that we set goals for ourselves and to plan our future. I wish I had this opportunity, when I was your age, when I was young. Now 70 years old, and I've been blessed to have had a mentor, that believed in me when I was 20 years old. And he never gave up on me, regardless of what happened in my life. And he continued to provide those opportunities for me because he believed in me, even though I didn't believe in myself. He saw something in me that I didn't see in me. And it was through him that I was able to attain my post-secondary education, because that's how much he believed in me. And even though after I was done the 4-year program that I took, one of my professors actually approached me and told me that I should go into law. And even at that point in time, I still didn't believe in myself. All these people saw something in me that I didn't, and I wish I had back then. So for you young people that are here today, I encourage you to take what you've learned here today. We had some very awesome speakers, that provided you with some important information, that can help you reach your goals, determine your goals, your life goals, and go out and attain those goals. And that's what I want to leave with you today. We still have 2 more days. There'll be more speakers that will come here to provide you with more information. I know it's hard to sit there and listen to people talking, but that's how we learn. We sat through school, listened to our teachers, listened to our professors, and there's a reason for that, because that is they're providing us with tools that will help us in life. So with that, I leave that with you, and I hope that you all had a good day today, and I hope that you will enjoy this evening with the entertainer, Superman. I thought when they kept mentioning him at the meetings, I thought they were saying Superman. And I thought, gee, what can he come and teach our young people? So anyway, I'm happy to have you here, and I really what you had to say to the young people here today needed to be said, and I wish I had heard that too when I was very young, because I needed to hear something like that. Because we come from a background where we had many obstacles, suffered much, more so when we had to leave our community to attain our education. Racism was something that I never experienced in my home community, because I grew up in a community where people cared for each other, loved each other, shared their gifts with each other. And when I walked into a society that didn't have that, it was very hard for me. And trying to learn with racist students around me was even harder. To be called a squaw, and be picked on, stabbed with pencils, You know, it was hard. It was a hard time. But we are here today, and we're going to make a difference. You will make a difference as young people. I know you will make a difference. Like the speakers said this afternoon, you know, you have to embrace that knowledge that was given to you, that information that was given to you, and the information that you will continue to get within the next few days. With that, let us pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you in prayer at this time to thank you for today and for all the blessings that you have given us. Lord, I pray that you will be with our young people, that you will keep them safe, that you will give them that knowledge, that wisdom, and that understanding that will lead them to a good life. Help them achieve goals in life and always be with them. Heavenly Father, I ask that you will bless our community, our leaders, our families, and that your peace and your love will be with us today, tonight. And I ask that you will bless the food that we are about to receive, that it may bring health to our minds, souls, and bodies. And I ask that you will bless the hands that prepared it. This I ask in your precious name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, and with that, dinner is going to be served. It's a plated dinner. Please remain seated. Then we'll have our concert, and I'll see you all back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Miigwech.